Hello, hello. I'm gonna finish this. Actually, today. And if I'm feeling well, I'm not tired, I'll start the second game. Anyways, let's go. So we appealed to the court, remember that? Did a cross-examination on the brothers' testimonies again. They said that they heard someone say something before the gunshot. Apparently, both Gina and Mr. Windybank had a gun to them, and they also quote-unquote bumped into the counter. Q finds being such a logical thinker. You probably laugh, but I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something. Oh yeah, we're cross-examining them now. More than they're feeling though. Proof is supported. Well, feelings can be very logical at times. Sorry? Those expressions, the movement of their eyes, the words they choose. You know what? You can take that all in, and your brain will quietly analyze. Quietly. Analysis? Analyze, sorry. It to come up with a feeling, like you described. You concluded that there's something suspicious about this testimony without knowing why. I think you should trust your instincts. Yes, thank you. Sometimes I think if she's 10 years old, I must be 5. Alright, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't right for nothing. I don't remember what they said when you press all these. I do know that there's... Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun." Bloke opened the place, was holding the gun, so we would have some yell at the girl. There was only one gun, though. I feel like we should present something here, but... Sure. They could have 2 guns, and the Skulkin brothers probably took one. But it's possible that the other gun shot Mr. Windybank, and then this one, obviously the one that shot Holmes. Let me press this again. You're saying that Mr. Windybank had a gun in his hands? Oh yeah, but that was a sight, eh? 2 of them waved them guns at each other, must have been pretty heated. I mean, just before he shot it, you heard the geezer say, "If you don't want to get shot..." didn't really sound like he meant it. Mind, more of an empty threat, you could say. Mr. Windybank was known to keep a revolver on his shop counter. People say that to protect the articles in his keeping, he would rarely put a bullet in someone's head if required. Someone being himself, of course. Grief. Ordinary devotion, indeed, if alarmingly misguided. Well, he certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger on the other night. Only the person was gonna shoot beat him to it. Cooked his goose proper. But do you wish he squeezed the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, "Give me that gun"? It was directly after those words that you heard the gunshot? More or less at the same time, Gov. Kind of thing. Career in acting very tragically met. We heard the sound of someone hitting the deck. Everything went dead quiet. That, we then slapped a slapdash job tying up the plate. Was thinking the shooter come to our door and get us next. It's not good. Look at this. She has his gun there. So when did he have the gun? Unless he took it from her. Then if he took it from her, how did he get shot in the back? Unless the brothers were there before and knocked her out and used the gun to shoot him and... I don't know, she still hasn't said anything about what happened that night. All she said was she was checking the storeroom for the manuscript. I don't know, maybe I should try showing them this picture. Got that statement. Stick everything back where we found it and scrap it straight in black. Could have shot the pawnbroker, see? Never had a chance, did we? Okay, let's try doing this.
Objection!
You're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windybank, was wielding a gun, is that correct? That's it, Gov. You got the picture? Yes, Nash, he has. No question. And yet the photographic evidence from the time of the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windybank was not in possession of a firearm of any description.
Objection!
You surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that compromises the position of the accused even more? Furthermore, the defense has failed to establish that the photographic print presented was taken at a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. Your chronology is severely lacking, counsel. Yeah, that's right. Too right, Ash, too right. The old user could have been about to turn the tables on the girl, eh? Hardly like it. Hardly likely. No, I'm afraid this won't stand as conclusive evidence. Ugh. Continue with the cross-examination, counsel. Read my earlier warning, witnesses. Skulkin, never skulkin. Look, with all the gun places holding guns, they could just fire this and yelling at the girl. Yeah, Fry was thinking the shooter come in that door and get us next. Thinking back where we found it and scampered straight into it. Could have shot them on poker, see? Never had a chance, did we?
Hold it!
And why should we believe that? Huh? What? Well, because it's true, ain't it? The place was totally empty when we went in. At the time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accused who had a gun to his head. In other words, on the night in question, these two witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawnbrokery, Mr. Windybank. Correct? You got it, mister. Down to a T. Skulkin brothers never actually encountered Mr. Windybank. Really true, I wonder. Is there anything that I have currently to maybe contradict that claim? Yeah, pop your two prints in there, start with see, and when you look through the eyepieces, you can see images in 3 dimensions. Let's get the right position, the 2 prints. I came up with this idea of stereoscope, but it's really quite fascinating. Stop. Seems... Maybe I can try presenting the other picture where it shows that stuff was moved around. And for nothing, for a gunshot, we heard a voice yell, "Give me that gun!" Look, only gun. Right, was thinking the shooter would come out of the door and then get us next. Took everything back where we found it, scampered straight into him in the black. Or maybe I should try presenting the gun, because there's only one gun in there. So how could they both have guns? Is the question. We're straight into him in the black. Shot the pawnbroker. See, we never had a chance, did we? Let's try presenting the gun.
protection.
Oh, never mind. Doesn't work. Don't see a connection. Let's see. At the last thing, if you press it, it says something like, oh, they didn't see him at all. But then right here it's saying he was holding a gun. But, it's not sure, like, what to present to get them to say something about it. Single bullet wound from the back had no other sign of trauma. I mean, he was also shot in the back, and they kind of seem to think that they not shot him. I think I'm just gonna Google it. Like, I am at a loss. And these, the health points don't replenish, and I don't want to get too me wrong. This early on, you're rifling for nothing. Just before the gunshot, we heard a Kate voice yell out, "Give me that gun!" I think I've already pressed this, but... So in fact you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously? Thank God we did. Although I suppose you're being honest, we heard a kind of wavering voice before the yell and all. If you don't want to get shot... that gun. Kind of thing. You're not being tragically dead. And where the voice is coming from, can you tell? From the storeroom, the victim was found dead. Voice you heard, it was that of the victim, Mr. Winnebank? His life? Of course it was. In his Gray's life, of course it was. That would mean... you both knew Mr. Winnebank and the sound of his voice? So that would mean what? Wait. They're saying that they heard the dude say, "Give me that gun," before he was shot. But then in the other thing, they're saying I just don't know what to present. Hang on. I'm like literally at a loss. Okay, so I had the right idea of presenting the photograph at this one. I just have to present this one.
Objection!
Okay, let me close. So you're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windybank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? That's it, Gov. You got the picture? Yeah, now she has, no question. And yet the photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windybank was not holding any firearm of the description. Huh? You what? Gordon Bennett? That ain't right.
Objection!
There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Windybank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hand. Yeah, that Maltuller used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me that gun. Kind of thing.
Hold it!
Stay exactly where you are, right there. Huh? The crime had taken place as you so colorfully described in your testimony. It would give rise to undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments that you just acted out. Yes, are you sure, counsel? You intrigue me, my learned friend. But let's see some evidence to support your claim. Here's the proof that demonstrates this inconsistency in the witness's portrayal. The victim's final moments.
Take that!
According to their testimony, witnesses claim to have heard a shout of "Give me that gun," followed by a gunshot. Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe. Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. So, as I said before, There is undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. But it's the God honest truth. Miss Nash it is. When he was shot that night, the shopkeeper had a gun in his hand, himself with her own bleeding eyes. Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Windybank holding the gun? Something like that might have slipped out. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all just heard the admission by these two witnesses that on the night in question they actually saw, with their own eyes, the victim wielding a gun. Which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person. Nash? Order. Witnesses, explain yourselves at once. Well, the thing is, we weren't supposed to, It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that the false witness would be the death of you. Am I to understand that you replace the untruth of your original testimony with renewed lies? I'm ever so sorry, Governor. Truth is, cut it out, Nash, cut it out. If we blab now, you know what he'll tell us? You know what he'll do to us. What are you talking about? Let me make your position here perfectly clear. We will talk. There is no other option available to you. Bro, come on, the game's up. All we have are... But he'll have our guts for garters. In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet. No matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. The night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. May I testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place? Well... Do we have to? On pain of death. I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. Counter the victim? Alright, so we just got inside the gaff and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and then he flew at us like he was possessed, thought we had it. For no geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter. Pulled me gun out of him, and then he legged it through that door in the back room. Never had nothing to do with killing him. That's what all happened, I swear. Then where does Gina play into? Like... So now you're telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop? Well, yeah. Sorry. Well, find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably. But honest, Governor, this time, Nash, we ain't got nothing more to hide. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Is it? What will I be waiting for? Alright, so we just got inside the gaff and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug.
Hold it!
When you say geezer, I presume you mean the victim and proprietor of the shop, Mr. Windybank? Who else? Sorry, I mean, that's right. He was keeping a close eye on the entrance to the gaff, obviously. Never thought no one was gonna come out of the back room like that. The back back room being the pawnbroker's storeroom? Yeah, that must be where he popped up from, the place he'd been. So it seemed the victim was already in the storeroom when these brothers entered the premises. Which means Ginny must have been in there at that point as well. That doesn't make sense, does it? Gina had threatened Mr. Windybank into the storeroom with her at gunpoint. Then why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived? Oh, I don't know. Was he accused at the time? What? That Maltler? Didn't tell you. No way, Copper. We had bigger fish to fry then. I mean, the old geezer just lost it. Give me that gun, he bellowed. Then he flew at us like a possessed. That way he had it.
Hold it!
Doesn't make any sense. You mentioned that Mr. Windybank shouted those words in your previous testimony too. However, you claimed that you heard him yelling them on the other side of the storeroom door. Oh, did we? The truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he? Well, yeah. Was the victim Mr. Windybank wielding a gun at the time? Was he ever? Blimey lummy. Great ugly barrel he had, pointed straight at me, front piece. I don't know what it said. So what you're saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Windybank with the gun at the time, is that right? Yes, good, it is. Spot on. And all of a sudden, he came at us. He did. It was Bedlam. I didn't know who was going for who. We were clearly all going for each other. Like Nash said, we thought we had it, and Colonel Gator, the old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter.
Hold it!
Yes, I noted that you mentioned it you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony too? Well, yeah, of course we did. We knocked over a load of books, candlestick, and some school, whatnot. They got tangled up in some marionette, one knocked over a picture frame, one knocked over them scales on the floor. So in fact, it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shocked you and made you knock those things off the counter. Well, that bruv here went flying over the counter like a gunshot. I can tell you, the old geezer pinned him. He did, Nash, he did. If you haven't been there, the bloke would have flattened me like a blooming pancake in seconds. At the time in question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via a secret cable from the pawnbroker. There was a button underneath the counter, used to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim. That's right, when the brothers fled the scene and back into the street, they ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they? And Mr. Windybank did everything he could to protect his shop. Pulled me going on him, then he legged it through that door into the back room.
Hold it!
Were you intending to shoot Mr. Windybank? No, never. I was just, you know. Look out for me, bruv, weren't I? I was being flattened. That man whose shop was being burgled, yes. Then the man fled into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him, so. Yeah, that's it. He shoved me away, then ran through that door and shut him in. Shut himself in. There's something about that last remark. Something that doesn't quite ring true. I wonder why Mr. Windybank ran away into the storeroom. What? Well, according to what everyone's saying, Jimmy was in there waiting for him with a gun. Yes, that's right. He allegedly used Mr. Windybank's gun to threaten him and force him to open the storeroom door. In which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Windybank's hands again? I have no idea. That is strange, isn't it? This little inconsistency could be significant. Should make a mental note of it. Look, the point is, me and my brev here. Sorry, Nash, that's right. Me and me bruv here. You never had nothing to do with killing him. That's what happened, I swear.
Hold it!
Think you had nothing to do with it? Nothing at all? Nothing good, nothing. The old geezer wouldn't have shut himself in the back room, didn't he? Locked thing it was from the inside. You know it was, because we tried to open it. There's a decent door, that one, getting strong, wouldn't budge an inch. So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom with the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim, the accused Miss Gina Lestrade. It would indeed appear so. Say you to that, counsel? I don't know. Is there anyone else apart from Gina who could possibly have shot Mr. Windybank? There could have been. But it could have been a short one, but when would he have shot him is the question. Because that would mean that he would have gotten the gun for Mr. Windybank if he had the gun. And then move the body into the storeroom? But then there's the case of it being locked from the inside. It could have been. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. What? To look for. In the moment you admitted that you encountered the victim face to face that night, the course of this trial has changed completely. It did? What is your point, my learned friend? The question we must answer is, who could have shot Mr. Windybank? It's to believe for the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. You have my attention? In that case, let us return to this plan of the premises. Still a possibility that he was shot through the door, but it was also what do you call it? The angle in which the gun went through his body means that he was shot from someone shorter than him, or they could have been on the floor. Or he could have been already on the floor and they shot him through the door. Maybe. Or he could have been falling over, I don't know. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts. So pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be? Counsel must now provide answers to the court in respect of two conundrums. Who, my lord, twice as many chances to be right. Maybe. Indeed, namely. From what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, where was the victim at the time? Understood, my lord. Are you alright, Bruno? I'm not entirely sure. There's one thing I'm sure about. I can prove that there is a credible... I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened. It would change Gina's prospects hugely. So now time for some clarity. So the court on this plan the answers to the question posed solution. believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate from where the person could have fired the gun. The door, maybe?
Take that!
The defense believed the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. And the answer to the second question? Assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time? Oh, this is not gonna be right. It's too much of a stretch, probably. The only other thing I could think of is the victim was around here and the person who shot him was over here or like something like.
Take that!
The defense believes that the victim.
Objection!
What your answers in fact show is that your own position is absurd as you have indicated on. What are you saying? Lord Van Zee is saying, Counsel, that your answers clearly are flawed. Ew, twice as many chances to get wrong. Questions are from where did the victim shoot the victim? Or whether the culprit shoot the victim? This game has a pretty interesting way of making a person think. Yeah. I haven't had much trouble with the previous ones, but this one is just like... There's a lot. And it's kind of hard because you don't have a lot of information on what happened. Right way of looking at it, I suppose. Someone other than Gina in the storm room. I possibly could have been in the wrong spot. Because I do think that they probably shot him through the door. Since there's like a... What do you call it? Kind of like a window thing. Like you pull up or whatever. Maybe I just don't need to put it on the door, maybe behind the door. Glutton for punishment. So now time for some clarity. Let me try again. And if this doesn't work, then I'll figure something else out.
Take that!
Defense believes the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. To the second question. Assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated them at the time.
Take that!
Oh, that was right. Culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Moneybank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of blood in the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death, which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? So you are adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom? Well, according to the Skulking brothers' earlier testimony, I pulled my gun on him, and then he lugged it through that door into the back room. If Mr. Windybank ran to the door, to assume that the door was open at the time. Oh, yeah, the door could have just been open. It was at precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life. These brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. That actually makes sense, because that gunshot could have scared Gina. She would have closed the door. But, the question still remains, is their gun only had one shot off it. And the gun that was in Gina's hand had one shot off. Wait, what happened? I just got here? We're trying to figure out exactly what happened on the night that, when these brothers came into the pawnbrokery. Because at first they said that the pawnbrokery was completely empty when they got in there, and the gunshot scared one of them so bad that he knocked some stuff off the counter. But then they were lying about that, so then they went back and they said that they heard someone saying something like, "Give me that gun," and then a gunshot happened. But then they were lying about that because they actually confronted the dude who owns the pawnbrokery. He pulled a gun on them, and then the one in blue pulled a gun on him, and then the dude ran into the back room. So we're trying to argue the point that they could have shot him then. But then that still brings up a question of, it says only their gun went off once, and that gun was used to shoot Sherlock Holmes when he got in there. So at one point, the gun that was found in Gina's hands was shot. But then, so we're trying to figure out like the specifics of like what exactly happened and whether or not they shot him, if there was like a possible third party, or if Gina actually did shoot him, but it doesn't seem that likely. But the interesting thing is, when all that scuffled stuff was going on with the brothers and the dudes, it's like, what was Gina doing? Because she was in the storeroom, possibly. Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the beginning of the trial? The start of trial? Moving on to the findings of the Scotland Yard coroner, his report states the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal what? I can't say that word right now. You know what I mean. It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. A man shot while he was running fast as he could to safety. Ah, of course. He would have been leaning forward as he was running away. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would have still have entered his body at an upwards angle. So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Windybank.
Objection!
I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. Claimed the victim was shot as he fled into the room. He also claimed his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock. But, there's someone else locked the door. Yes, there is someone else who could have locked the storeroom door. Is that so? Very well then, counsel, present your hypothesis to the court. The scenario just described, the defense assertion is that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom. In which case, who shut and locked the storeroom door from the inside? Even her.
Take that!
Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Objection!
That's absurd. You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room? For what possible reason? Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck. I'm inclined to agree. I must say. Well, counsel. Ah, yes, that's a tricky one. That, isn't it? Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Remember that, please. But of course, Ginny would have locked the door. Almost goes without saying, doesn't it? It does. Well, if I was Ginny in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they? Oh yes, obviously. I wonder if she shot at the brothers and accidentally hit Burlock. No, I don't know. That really wouldn't make any sense. Because the bullet was found pretty high up. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Windybank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at that time, but at some point, Mr. Windybank must have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom. Intruders, eh? That's us, bro. If your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victims fled back to the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Or there could be a third gun. Because it's possible that the shorter one could have just thrown his gun away if he had one. Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Windybank fell to the floor where he was just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? I see where you're going with this. Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windybank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it, in order to save her own life.
Hold it!
But I mean, we ain't the ones who done it. We ain't, Gov, we ain't. Gotta believe us. I mean, come on, we never shot no one.
Objection!
That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact you would. Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Windybank's murder. Where does this leave us? You mean to say it wasn't the pickpocket who shot the pawnbroker after all? But I should have known it was these three brothers. Three brothers? It's amazing, Bruno. What's up with this dude, though? Hang on. This guy. Because, like, I don't think he was there just for no reason. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now. I know, first time ever, and probably the last. Well, I think you've done it. Surely they'll have to give a verdict of not. Admirable effort, my learned friend. What is this now? He's laughing. The case will end up being more complicated than that. Yeah. Because we also have We also have stuff pertaining to the third case as well. So that means that's going to come out at some point. We already found out that McGilded was the dude who actually killed the brickmaker because his the blood was all over the coat that Gina took from the pawnbroker, and that was McGilded's coat from that night. But I mean, that dude's dead, so whatever. But we still haven't figured out who killed McGilded. I doubt he would have killed himself. So that's probably going to come at some point. Um, then there's like a whole thing where like information's getting leaked between something like that. It's in this thing. Like something about information. Yeah, government secrets being leaked to foreign agencies. Like that's gonna come out at some point. We have that Russian revolutionary in the jury as well. Like I'm sure that's gonna come out at some point. Like this case has possibilities going completely off the rails. You find the situation amusing, Lord Van Zieks? I myself find the defense's argument most persuasive. I dare say. Such chicanery? I don't know what that word is. Oh, oops. Hang on, I'm looking that up. I want to see it. What does that word mean? I've never seen that before. Use of trickery to achieve political, financial, or legal purposes?
Chicanery.
Chicanery. Okay. Such chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers in your provincial eastern nation. Such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. Oh yeah, Lord Van Ziek said something in the beginning where they're like, why are you doing this? Why are you the prosecutor in this case? I thought you only did like murders or like a specific type of cases where like the person I don't know is rich or something like that. And he's like, well, I hate rich people or something like that. Or he's like, I hate like dirty rich people. And he's like, and I also hate Japanese. And I'm like, okay, so you're here for because you're racist. But I don't know if he was. I think he's just racist in general. He has one of those faces. Yeah, he's a bigot. It's all that wine he drinks. What? The hypothesis you put forward so credibly cannot and will not stand. Because you see, it contains a fatal flaw. A fatal flaw? Do you mean to tell me that you are unaware of your logic's failings? I say, Lord Van Zieks. Might be an idea to explain this valley conjuring trick or whatever it is to the troops on the ground. Fatal flaw is, in my learned friend's argument, is really very simple to understand. There it goes. Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets. George, count bullets. Oh dear. You know this then? Huh? What's everyone talking about? Counsel? Yes, sir? Tell the court how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime. Two. 2 bullets. Correct. The first, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. And the second, which struck the detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, on his arrival at the scene. Indeed. The defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appears to have passed through his body to strike the calendar. Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know that there are 2 firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Winterbank, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun. Yes, indeed it does. Single bullet from each. Now then, my learned friend. You yourself told the court only moments ago that these two brothers shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes right before your eyes. Yes, I did. Oh my goodness. I think you'll find that if a single bullet that was fired from the brother's gun hit Mr. Sholmes, that it means Windybank not shot by the same gun. Stop. Only one bullet. Stop. Exactly. This Nipponese street performer presented an credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. Order, order, order. There it goes. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hollowed nectar into the public gallery. So that's 3 glasses I think he's broken in 1 bottle. But Lord Van Zieks? In this case. But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can regrettably no longer be described as juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has a past riddled with criminal conduct. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with loathsome intent. As you can see beyond a doubt in the print which depicts her threatening the victim with the murder weapon. And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. The disc. I'll be taking that, whatever it is, off of McGilded's down to the yard. Thank you very much. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine. I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Yes, that music box disc, McGilded's music box disc. The next day, the very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Winbank, the accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her. And with none of this subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add. But by brute force and brazen impudence, the gracious. Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which this girl will not stoop if pushed. No crime she would not commit. The court forgets that fact. The court forgets that fact at its peril. I see. Think it would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence, counsel? As a...
Hold it!
Lord Van Zieks, Inspector Gregson? What? Yes, Inspector? We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service, and, I think it was agreed that the disc wouldn't be used as evidence. What's this all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he said anything to Lord Van Zieks at all. I'm unaware of any such meeting. But those were the instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent. Inspector, I am the prosecutor, and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted, thank you. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord. Indeed, bailiff. Alright, let's see whose blood it is. Prosecution has established the accused motive, opportunity, and basenesses of the character. Hang on, I want to see whose blood it is. Oh, Runo, look. This is blood. Yes, you're right. A small smear, but definitely blood. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed that before. Aha. Then it is my time to shine again. I thought I'd be waiting forever. Alright, hold still that disc, Runo. Can we get this done with quickly, Iris? No flash? Okay. So that's how that dude's gonna come into it all. So that blood on the wall is not Sherlock's. Wait, that color. What is it? Just that green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? Okay, so there was 3 shots fired. There was one that hit Sherlock, there was one that hit the victim, and there was one that hit this dude. This dude. He was there apparently. Cause I think cause that music disc, he cut his thumb and he got blood on it. And that blood is green, and the stuff that was green, it showed up green here. Oops, not that. Was the stuff on the wall that hit. Oh, never mind. Hang on. No, it's still green. Then, like, what was he doing there? Prosecution. Okay, I read that. There is nothing more to add. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case. I don't believe it. And the jury on my side for once. For all 5 minutes. Oh dear, wasn't even for 5 minutes, Runo. My lord. Wonder if I might say something at this point. Proceed, Mr. Foreman. Been stumbling about in a bit of fog up to now, if truth be told, but all of a sudden, the answer is, all obvious to me. Me and my men. Only one thing up for it. Oh no. We get to appeal to the jury again? Very well, the court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your leanings as the defendant's culpability.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
We have a consensus among the jury, it seems. When you have eliminated the possible whatever remains. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. That's my line. I wrote that for Hurley. They're easily against us. Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished just yet. Still more to this case than you realize. Trust me, because there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windybank. That's beyond any doubt. Very well. We will proceed with this second summation examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you and your other jurors ready? Your Deb squadron is primed and ready for action, sir. Breast and pussy glass? Oh. I didn't see that before. Very good. So ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Hmm? Different breed of us. Different breed to us of law-abiding citizens. Your wife accidentally killed someone. What are you talking about? As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you get it, it was that pickpocket. Never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief. The accused attempted the theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for it. I'm ballistics expert. I've seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns. It would seem there's a little remaining room for doubt. I have to admit I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black. But when that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I'd jolly well been hoodwinked. Well, no more. The whole courtroom is turning against me. It's not fair. Chris? That prosecutor's being mean. Just because Ginny's done something she shouldn't have done in the past doesn't mean make her a murderer. Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Here's the truth coming out, eventually. That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Different braid to us law-abiding citizens.
Hold it!
Just because Miss Lestrade has a history of pickpocketing, she must be guilty of murder, is that what you're saying? Ah, well. Are all members of the British Army so quick to judge? I beg your pardon. Are you mocking Her Majesty's Armed Forces, the greatest military organization in the world? No, I'm simply illustrating my point. Making assumptions about people because they're a soldier or a pickpocket is wrong and dangerous. Well, yes, might have a point there, I suppose. But let's not forget, the girl had already shown she had it in her from before. She was clearly a criminal of sorts through and through, can't deny it. When you say that she's shown she had it in her, are you referring to this? Exactly. Tried to swipe that only a day earlier? Or am I mistaken? Not exactly. Given that I was actually there at the time, it's hard to refute that. Never actually seen the real thing. Can't wait to have a closer look at it. Oh yes, of course. Mr. Sholmes did use his caramel bars to make a copy of the disc, didn't he? And then ordered every type of music box he can find from across Europe. Still don't know what tune it plays though, do we? I'd love to see how the original compares to Hurley's copy. Gilded's disc. Be a clue somehow? Perhaps we should examine it in more detail. I already did. As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say that the whole case is done and dusted.
Hold it!
It is the number of bullets that has you convinced. Only 2 bullets were fired. 2 guns that fired them could have been examined by the police. The parlor maid asked me how many are invited for dinner. I always tell her to count the table's settings. Well, that's logical, I suppose. Although, yes. Sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. Do guests rather like to find china? Does your employer dine with thieves? So I suppose there's another bullet somewhere of which we were unaware. I'd have to reconsider my position. A 3rd bullet somewhere on the scene? that be possible? Was there a third bullet? I mean, they never said if the bullet went straight through Jones or not. Allow me to show you then the third bullet. Oh, I don't know if I have information for that. uh... Can I back out of this? Because I don't think I have that evidence right now. Mm. Yeah, there's no third bullet right now. But I don't think I could just exit out of it, so I have to present something and probably lose a life because of it. Oh boy. Unless there's something here. Let's see. No, I don't really see anything. I don't know, I'll just present this and like try to get out of it. I don't think I have evidence right now. Or well, I'm about to lose life.
Take that!
Don't suppose this passes the third bullet. Passes for a bullet as much as you pass for a lawyer, I learned, friend. Coming from you, I'm going to take that as meaning not much. No one doesn't resemble a bullet. That helps your understanding my last remark. Been a long day. Let's actually try to find this third bullet before we attempt that again, Runo. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which you look at it, is a pickpocket.
Hold it!
So if I understood correctly, you need two pictures, left eye one, and a slightly different right eye one. Exactly. And you can see the scenes in 3 dimensions. This. So we have 2 bullets. I don't suppose you can see anything useful with them. I think you'd find no matter how much you squint at the truth of the situation, always look the same here. The person who could have shot the victim is that girl on the dock. Can't be so sure of that. Think about it. Vulcan brothers shot the great detective, didn't they? Yes, that's been mentioned once or twice. Well then, surely it's coming into focus now, isn't it? It's no waste of time. I'm gonna change this man's mind anytime soon. I never imagined this simple operation would cause me such grief.
Hold it!
Would you please stop muttering about the things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? The defendant's life is on the line here. Well, the thing is, couldn't really say that's nothing to do with this trial, to be honest. Huh? I mean, there's no question that the man was shot. There was no question that the man was shot. The bullet has simply vanished from his stomach. Quite inexplicable. Most don't want to ask, but the surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you were operating on. What's the fellow's name now? Herlock? No, Herlock? No. Herlock? Herlock Sholmes, by any chance? Yes, good lord. It was that Hairlock fellow. What? You're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Sholmes? That's right, using the very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It's a fairly major op. It's crazy. Let me see, the fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They said he'd been shot by some criminal or another, so I opened him up like a shot. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb. Couldn't find the bullet anywhere. I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands and stitch the fellow back up. Hate to state the obvious, but yes. Surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting. Counsel for defense is correct. Clearly shown in this photographic print. The bullet is that the Skulkin brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes, hit him in the stomach region, exited his body and lodged into his shop wall. The calendar was hanging by the door. I think you'll find it's really quite simple if you just consider the problem three-dimensionally. Ah, who do you think I am, son? Well, juror number 4. Not the best I can do. As soon as I saw the wound on the man's stomach, I flipped him over. Pancake? Are you saying that you checked his back? Of course I did. There wasn't a trace of an injury. No sign that the bullet had left the body at all. What? That's the point. The only logical conclusion was that the bullet was still somewhere in the man's innards. That's exactly why I set up about slicing them up. Still none the wiser, even now. How many times do I have to say it? Someone please explain how it happened, and someone please solve the mystery. It's almost as much of a mystery as how this jury was put together. I'm so aware that bullet enough. It's infuriating. You're an expert when you need one.
Hold it!
Mr. Sholmes' surgeon is on the jury? I've experienced some coincidence recently, but this is ridiculous. I'm as surprised as anyone. There's no question that Mr. Sholmes was shot. That's what the police told me when they brought him in. How bad were his injuries, doctor? He was in a bad way. He lost a huge amount of blood, you know? I suspect he was shot at quite close range, too. His skin was badly burnt around the point of entry. Burnt? As I said, I flipped the fellow over and examined his back, but there was no sign of an exit wound. Which is why I thought I'd better locate the lug and pop it out. And yet you say you found no bullet inside the patient? Well, I wouldn't have done. Well, I wouldn't have done, would I? Because it's in the wall of the pawnbrokers. How'd it get there? I need someone to solve this mystery before it drives me to insanity. Only there were some experts in ballistics who could help. It looked extremely untrustworthy. So we have disappearing bullet on our hands. Accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead. A ballistics expert, I've seen many shootings. There's nothing I do not know about this.
Hold it!
I thought you were just a tourist. Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I'd like to take a bus to Crystal Tower, please. No, he just is a visiting tourist. So, you're a ballistics expert? Who knew? I have much experience with guns. I have lived through many, how you say, extreme violent baths of... No, blood of... extreme violent bloodbaths, perhaps? Those extremely violent bloodbaths. English is a very difficult tongue. Considering the sort of people you associate with, I'm surprised you still have a tongue. Anyways, If you have questions about bullets and guns, ask me. Something I do not know. A mystery I cannot solve. Very confident in his knowledge of guns, that's for sure. But if possible, please, only in Russian language. He's not very confident in his knowledge of English, though. Now, still, we should bear it in mind. Our man, if there's a mystery about guns or bullets. Zeke's managed to convince everyone. We have to eliminate the question. So, he hasn't. When I fight back, we need more material. We have to fight back. We have to turn this trial around again. History of where that bullet ended up is infuriating. Where's the expert when you need one? Okay, let's put these people.
Objection!
Those statements are clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other. Oh? Ballistics expert. On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the skulking brothers. But since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6. Hello, my name is Vinan. Pleased to meet you. This apparent contradiction in the facts that is so clearly troubling. What? Are you able to explain the mystery? I have seen very similar situations in my life. It was night. There was a blizzard. I was running away along mountains roads, freezing cold. Golly. Snow was piling high on both sides of the road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles. They were on dog sleds. Mental note, don't ask too many questions. I was shot from behind and I fell down in the snow. The situation is very similar to what I hear today from Doctor. I could not find the bullet in my body. No sign of, how do you say, exit wound? Then where did the bullet go? Bullet never hit me. Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down? Bullet hit a frozen wall of ice very close to my side. What? One small piece, very sharp, broke away from a lump of ice and pierced my body. It made a deep wound that looked just like bullet wound. Good gracious. Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside me. That is the solution to the mystery of this disappearing bullet. But that doesn't answer the question at all. It shouldn't happen in a pawnbroker shop. Not some snowy mountain road in another country. Just an idea, but we might not be looking exactly at the same scenario. Bruno, where exactly was Hurley shot again? Well, according to the report, in his stomach. Sort of around this area, I think. Well, that's precisely where he's always wearing a little pouch on his belt. A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that. Yes, a pouch. Where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in his investigations. What? Really? Doctor, where's the pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing? Well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived shot at the hospital, as far as I remember. I may. Antiques? Well, I realize it's forbidden for prosecution to interject during the summation examination. I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom. Sorry? As I understand it, when the police arrived on scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound. Ah, thank goodness. Thought I was getting forgetful for a moment. Since then, it had been in my safekeeping other evidence relating to the case. I personally vouched for the fact that it had not been touched since the incident occurred. Very well. Well, extremely unconventional during a submission examination. I must demand the prosecution present the item in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Sherlock Sholmes' pouch. I see. So, this is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question, is it? Look at that. One of the files is broken, and the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the file exploded. So, that night, the bullet from Skulkin's brother's gun ripped Mr. Sholmes' pouch. It was the glass file exploding, caused the fellow's injury. This bullet did not penetrate the victim, but it was deflected into a wall of shot. What is the blood? Delightfully complex aroma. Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved, at least. Although it has no bearing on the truth of the case. The Bungaline and the Burgoline brothers shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. The apparent facts of the case remain unaltered. But at least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man. Ah, thank you very much. Glad I could help. Due to its bearing on the conundrum just solved, the court will sequester this scruffy pouch as evidence. Or at least pouch isn't scruffy. The pouch has been entered in the courtroom record. Is there any blood on it? Hang on. It doesn't look like it. Really scorched badly here. Oh, the strap is broken, look. This must be where the bullet hit. Then, let me see. Oh! There is a third bullet. Okay. What the? Iris, look! Behind where the broken vial was, do you see it? That's Skulkin's brother's bullet. What a shook a look at it hit his pouch. It's an amazing discovery. What this means is there were 3 bullets fired at Winnie's that night. And exactly what that juror was talking about. The 3rd bullet. Trying to press that juror again, I think. Anything else? Oh look, there's a hole here in the back. Doesn't look like a bullet hole. Probably something ripped through the leather with great force. Something must have pierced it somehow, so left this hole behind. This looks that way. Mr. Sholmes and his pouch both took a beating, didn't they? It appears the defense is somewhat struggling to alter the opinion. Please, my lord. A little more time. For all, any piece of evidence would be a valuable clue, and you can't afford to overlook anything there. Anything here, Renosuke? Still a way to turn us around, somehow, surely. Accused of attempted theft on the previous day, conceded in for a busy day ahead.
Hold it!
I didn't press this one. What do you mean? You're in for a busy day. Forgot to say, stop. Do excuse me, stop. I'm a communications officer, stop. Communications officer? Does that have something to do with sending telegrams? Everything from personal messages written by members of the public to latest news in the capital. Convert all messages into Morse code and type it out to the entire world electronically. To the entire world? Thousands of miles of cables under the sea, stop. Worldwide communication network, stop. Information is transmitted to and from all corners of the globe, stop. Ah, yes. She was getting equally worked up about radio waves like before, wasn't she? Specialized in communicating information from government departments and newspaper offices. See? I'm sure I shall have to wire the newspaper reports of today's guilty verdict later. So no sleep for me tonight, I imagine. Just finish trial first, shall we? I am Ballista's officer. Cheese, no. Something I do not know about guns. Okay. Really always turns up at the right moment. Does he always come in the form of a pouch? Seriously though, sounds like the great detective was on death's door. Maybe his injuries won't be for nothing. Pouch could be very valuable. What's a rogue, always rogue? The same, different breed of law-abiding citizens.
Hold it!
Number of bullets say has you convinced? Only 2 bullets were fired. I've already seen this, I suppose. Although, sometimes after denying blah blah blah. This is the bullet that was fired from the Skulking Brothers gun on the night of the incident? Yes, so it turns out. It never actually entered Hurley's body at all. Thanks to the thick leather of that pouch he was wearing, it saved him. Hurley's always lucky like that. Well, considering he had to go through the hospital, or how lucky he really was. Oh dear, poor Hurley.
Take that!
Here it is, we discovered it just now. Yes, on the night in question in Windybank's pawnbrokery. Another bullet was fired.
Hold it!
What is this new trickery, you new Pawnee's conjurer? Where did you find that bullet? It was lodged inside Mr. Sholmes' pouch. What? This pouch was removed from around Mr. Sholmes' waist before he was taken to the hospital. And since then, it had been touched by no one. Do you mean to say the shot fired from the Skulking Brothers that night? Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch. But that makes no sense whatsoever. We already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Sholmes. It's clearly visible in the photographic print. 2 guns from the scene had already been submitted into the court record as evidence. Yes, that of Mr. Windybank and that belonging to the Skulking Brothers. An examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each. But that must mean... That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. And until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, not and must not pass judgment. Order, order, order. While this submitted examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case against the defendant has been built. As is my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination. Jupiter! What? Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once. Witnesses? Governor? Were you listening to the proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination? We was, Governor, we was. Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. Third bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that? Make of it, Gov? Don't make nothing of it. Of nothing if I can help it. Is it one of yours? Or blimey, Gov, or blimey, not a chance. In that case, did you have an accomplice? What? Eh? What? Never. Skulkin brothers work alone. Just the two of us. That's our trademark. How soon we forget poor Skulky. Only two of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have evidence. The third bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it? Wait, that's a head scratcher. Counsel for the defense? Yes. Should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. Third bullet, the mysterious missing firearm from where hence it came. Thinking back over all the testimonies we heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear that this third bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers. He had a secret accomplice, I believe? Because that dude's blood is at the scene. Or they had another gun. Let me save first. Just in case. And I'll say they have a secret accomplice. On that night at Winnie Bank's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with a third man. The witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice. The evidence all points to the fact that there was someone else present, someone carrying the gun.
Objection!
Glass number 4, you're gonna break it? Accomplice, you say? Pigs will. These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. Yet in all that time, there's not been a murmur of a third man. If this apparently wrath-like being exists, wraith-like being, the court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed. Prosecution demands answers on 2 accounts. Firstly, proof, evidence, that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of this spurious character. The Skulkins are lying, I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding? Well, counsel, I'm supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice and reveal the person's identity. In response to the prosecution's demands, my lord, the defense is... Defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands. So, my anybody's friend. Despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting. I have to push forward now. There's no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me. It will make a difference. In that case, counsel, I'll ask you to present the evidence without delay. On the night in question, in the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof have you that there was a third intruder present at the scene? Here, probably. So I don't think that blood was not Sholmes. If he had a chemical burn, he was not bleeding that profusely and wouldn't have splattered like that.
Take that!
The evidence is right here, in this portfolio. Jove, a portfolio again, is it? Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. You claim one of those blood samples proves the presence of a third intruder? Well, which one is it?
Take that!
What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint or such like on the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar. That's bloodstain, my lord. Bloodstain. Green blood. Curious, even for you. Is court to understand the intruder was some sort of unhuman creature? It's something developed by Sherlock Holmes. Like the great detective. New invention, stop. Not appeared in stories, stop. It's this, you see. It doesn't have a name yet, though. The fogger sprays a chemical that reacts with the different elements in people's blood to change its color. Different elements of people's blood? Yes. Everyone's blood is slightly different, you see? Because it's made of different elements. So by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is. Oh, that brings a whole extra dimension to looking at blood. Talk of blood in courtroom, stop. Very excited, stop. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Winniebank. Ah, striking blue. Yes, so you see, the green color of this blood stain on the calendar shows that someone else was shot in the main part of the shop. Now hold fire there, young man. Could be from some unrelated incident, couldn't it? No, it's not unrelated. The date showing on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Winniebank was killed. By golly. Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day. And whose blood is it? Well, the Skulkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be the blood of someone else, the third intruder.
Objection!
Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear? Can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is this alleged third intruder?
Take that!
The man's name is Egbert Benedict. Egbert Benedict? Who on earth are you talking about, Cancel? He paid a visit to Winniebank's pawnbrokery on the afternoon before the incident took place. When the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession. That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Egbert Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. Broker. Yes, sir? Believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you? No? Yes, yes, the article in question belongs to me, and for it to be returned at once. Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you, wastrel, he used to say. Any music box disc too. Inspector Gregson was there at the time, so I can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc. Can you corroborate this account, Inspector? Yes, my lord. That's more or less what happened. In the interest of being thorough, I asked Winniebank for a print showing the fellow. And from one of his red-handed recorders, Gobinus's? Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Winniebank that morning. And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice? Well, Mr. Skulkin. Never seen the geezer before in my life. On my life? God, in my life. Never seen him. Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion. I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nipponi's friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yes, and I can. Then, show us the evidence. I agree. We must see proof that the clean-cut gentleman in this photograph is a filthy criminal, as you say. You say he is. The last piece of evidence. I had a feeling that something has been missing in this trial from the very start. But now, I'm gonna drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom. Are you ready to present your answer to the court then, counsel. Yes, my lord. The defense will present the evidence now. Proof that the man in this photograph print was in fact the person struck by the third bullet.
Take that!
As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted deceitfully, admittedly, to reclaim this disc from from Winnie Banks, which is when the aforementioned Edgar Benedict appeared on scene, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession. No? That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred. But of course, sir. Here's a disc for you. Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Wait a minute. That disc is mine. What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. These protrusions cause Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed. And the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now. Goodness, a bloodstain, is it? My assistant and I have just analyzed the bloodstain here in this very courtroom using my trusty Fokker gun. Yes, and we added the results to this portfolio. I say, it's green. It's exactly the same color as the blood around the calendar. Evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Eggert Benedict, who was in Winnie Banks earlier in that day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night. Those superlights now, they're sweating buckets. Oh, who are you talking about? It's boiling in here. My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Eggert Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify. It would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence.
Objection!
This has gone on long enough now, this flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Sherlock Holmes, you say? Yes, I have heard. Protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes, a god of detection or some such. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona in the highest court in the land. Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. So the bloodstain turned the shade green. What of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same color. Well, and pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Sholm's word for it. Is he right that Mr. Sholm's concoction, don't know, he's great detective? Talking about killing and get away with it. He would come to this. Of course, Mr. Sholm's invention is going to be recognized by any official body. But what other choice do I have? Just remembering what Father Christmas over there just said before. About how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination. Ah, the words. The examination isn't over yet, is it? Good grief. What did you just say, young girl? In a summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? So the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now. Yes, she's right. Young lady, you have quite the devious mind. It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say or no. Is that about right, you would say? Would you say? Or did I misunderstand something? Unbelievable. Mr. Sholm's partner is a force to be reckoned with. Iris Wilson, sharpshooter. After that shrewd precis of the situation from an entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion. This is absurd. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final lineage in this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to fair and just conclusions. So then, state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty!
Not guilty.
To call guilty and for a call not guilty. Such is this outcome of the summation examination.
Objection!
My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. Prosecution refuses to accept this decision. On what grounds? These jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender of real police work, then they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. The trial will continue. Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible. What? The name of the gentleman gave for himself, Edgar Benedict, is clearly false. I don't believe it. That's when I managed to prove that the man was there that night. Could I say something? Who was that, please? Who spoke? It was me, my lord. Juror number 5. What have you to say? What have you to say, madame? If possible. Inspector. Me? Ma'am? I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again? The one in which the gentleman is shown? Ah, right, yes. This one, you mean? Of Mr. Benedict? Yes. There's no doubt in my mind. Number 5, you don't mean to say? You know this man? Yes, I know him. What? Good gracious. Order, order, order. Juror number 5, how on earth? I'm a communications officer, stop. As we can clearly see, the gentleman in the photograph is... Stop. Also a communications officer, stop. He works in my office, stop. A very talented operator, in fact, stop. Should be in the communication station now. Stop tapping away on the telegraph, stop. This doesn't seem right somehow. Can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right. Suppose we all imagined the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out he has a respectable job by day, whatever he gets to at night. Yes, I suppose that's it. Suppose that's why I felt something was wrong. The gentleman is at London's communication station. We should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Van Zieks, if you please. Yes, my lord. Make the necessary arrangements. All haste. As your lordship bids. Court will recess for 1 hour. When the new witnesses arrive, When a new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson? Yes, my lord? I should like to hear from you specifically about the events at the pawnbrokery on the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess. Sir, my lord. Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m. Seventeenth of April, 12:41 p.m. The Old Bailey's defendants and Ah, Gina, how are you holding up? Starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. Ginny, are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? I go all this trouble and find so hard for the likes of me. What? Well, you saw the picture? Sure. You mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder? Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, aren't they? Well, I won't pretend it was quite a shock when the prosecution first presented it to court. Surely you got to have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Of course I can. Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Huh? Bruno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, I'd really like to hear from you. Alright then. It was after we had that dinner together at the place, alright? Right, Iris? We had the chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down the street to the 2-in-1, to the Windy Bank's place, and I had to know if Iris' story was there. If Iris' story was there or not, down the Baxtervilles. I don't know what it's about or nothing, but if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes didn't like, something what he don't want people reading. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking in lug with the Windy Bank for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Windy Banks? I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea how that was going to kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick, and that's when. What do you think you're doing? Nearly died. Did? Next thing I knew, I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving in the air like, I don't know, what? Ah, you're the girl who was in here this afternoon. Didn't think pickpockets went in for our robbery. The mantle skirt. Have you got it in here? Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? Story? I beg your pardon? I found the something or another. It's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady, but I student died and relinquished an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyways? I just want to see if it's here, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here, or not. Please, just let me see it, and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door. We both went inside. Oops. I bumped my mic. And it was there, alright. The mantle script. Chance was more lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Ginny? Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up on the main business shop. Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes? What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. Hear me? There's some brewers convention here tonight that I don't know about. I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. I'm gonna go and take care of it. Can I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you then. Now, don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back out into the shop. I hung back in the storeroom and he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they had gotten into a bit of scrap. Starting to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go out in the storeroom myself when I heard a couple of shots go off, too, I think, almost at the same time. Then there he was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as he liked. So you thought whoever had shot Mr. Winniebank might come for you? Yeah, so I went and grabbed the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, no. Winniebank was a goner. I felt funny in my head all of a sudden, kinda dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. That must have been when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it today. All they said was, if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. You'll be alright, Jenny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Reno's about to put the real culprit to the mill. That cove. What was there in the afternoon? That cove. What was there in the afternoon? That Egbert Benedict? I still remember how he looked at me. That was nothing. He was there that night. I don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it all to Runo's capable hands now, Ginny. Mr. Nara Odo. Yes? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGilded told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trotter off. You got the bog trotter off with him, even though he was a killer. No, I could never forget that. Oh. I did what I thought was best at the time, but the pain of that air of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. What if I'm lying? Could be working to get another killer off the hook, for all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it may sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it. Oh, no. But there was one person who stood up for me, believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Nosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy. I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? Promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver and a no-good liar? You're not like me, Gilded. I know that. Huh? That's right. You're our friend, Ginny. Iris. We know you better than you think. We've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes. That's really all we need to know. Exactly. Mr. Naruto, Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course. Thank you. I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. Also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last. Final chapter, the final battle. Wish me luck, Sato-san. I hope you're watching over me too, partner. th April, 1:41 p.m. Old Bailey Courtroom. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zieks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's thesis of the case heard by the court this evening. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes it for a compelling argument, I made such untried methods to be used in evidence as in my courtroom. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. My lord, the subpoena witness had arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Egbert Benedict. Didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. Thank you for complying with the courtroom subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Graydon? Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Mr. Graydon and I work at London's Central Communications Station. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about? You were appraised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume? Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street? Some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question? That is the accusation indeed. This is really beyond a joke, you know? Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. In response to the accusation made by you under oath. Gladly, my lord, gladly. Naturally, I have an occasion of making use of, to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. Are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detective homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. So you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury. Our great British justice system demands that the jury's will to be upheld. Then it would seem that we have had the misfortune of the most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly. How long am I expected to be detained here? If following the defense cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you'll be free to leave immediately. Good. I shall be away in time for the afternoon tea. Some consolidation at least. Let's not hold up the trial. Let's not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary. Counsel, proceed with cross-examination. So we meet again, Mr. Egbert Benedict? Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies, you are. Inosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. You say so, Ashley Graydon. Jante. So. What? I trust we can conclude this quickly. Why do you give him our hat? I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. Accusation. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time.
Hold it!
Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Egbert Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made you...
Objection!
The witness here is to testify about events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. Can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. So he's gonna be evasive, is he? In efforts not to give anything away. Could be tricky. But are you seriously suggesting that I colluded with these thugs to break into the place the night of the murder?
Hold it!
Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals. Said by a man who introduced himself as Egbert Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. made this outlandish accusation against me. The young lawyer, there in the black. It's a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in the British court anyway? Well, needless to say, I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation.
Hold it!
Where were you at the time? Around 1 in the morning, the night in question, sir? It's past the hour which I would be normally retired. Apparently, I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that?
Objection!
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend. For you to appear under the gross misapprehension on this For you to appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point? What do you mean? The witness maintains that he was not the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. Your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene. Then the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. Silent victory wiggle, thanks. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood is found at the scene of the crime.
Hold it!
Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question to that. Mr. Sholm's chemical analysis has probably identified that substance as such. I'm not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? Can you be so sure that the blood is mine? Could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholm's chemical is able to differentiate. I mean, spare me the science lesson. Who is this Sholm's character anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a great, well, renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? What do you gotta say, mister?
Excuse me!
You have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? What? Me? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you? Right, I've had it up to here with this. How many times I gotta tell you this? Yes, I know, you're not Big Bruv Sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Huh? Core blimey, Governor. You what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Grayson just spoke, Raiden spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? Eh? Me thoughts? Don't have none of them. It must have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing. Honest, Gov, nothing. I was just thinking. If he waves his arm around like that much more, he'll open up the wound again, that's all. What wound? Where he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. Ain't gonna be healed up yet. I was, well, you know, was worried for him, and... Oh! Hell's bells. Man, these guys are so stupid. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm? My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. From the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you allow the court official to examine your arm, sir? The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain? No, I refuse. You have to show no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I'm not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. Already said, I'm completely uninvolved with all this. I've never had anything to do with this pawnbrokery, or this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was anyway involved. You claim to have nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windybank's pawnbrokery? My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. Bottom line is, I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokering establishment where the man was killed. Well, I got some evidence for you.
Objection!
Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? What? Is this supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn and in Mr. Windybank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody's mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of the skirmish in form of the smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. What's the meaning of this? So you admit to it now? You admit that you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant? Order. Well, Mr. Graydon. It would appear that there has been something of a misunderstanding here. Not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the onset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you owned out of the pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing to do whatsoever with the pawnbroker's murder. It's not his, McGilded's. Even has his name on the back. There's a note on the disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The Jimson ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy cuddling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later, that same night. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder? Yes, my lord. The one and the same? Good lord. Mr. Graydon, are you saying that Mr. McGill and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. order. Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilder himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windy Banks. It's funny that Mr. Grayson here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appears that afternoon at Windy Banks in order to get his hands on McGillard's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. The disc. There's a note on the disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to me.
Hold it!
Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer is such as myself commands a fine salary. You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties, having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. He claimed that it was your overcoat. Obviously, in my haste, I clean forgot. The music box disc was in his pocket. And yet, there is a note on it that reads for McGilded. I am a collector of rare, unusual music box music. First time I met Mr. McGilded at Gentleman's Club in the city, and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant for that area. So the disc in question is a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. Then you forgot that it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn? Yes, exactly. Gina didn't mention any of that to her in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means, if we dig too deeply here, we're gonna expose Gina's perjury. There. This is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being. Redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused at Filthy Guttling on the day in question.
Hold it!
So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right, despite being mindful of danger when walking in salubrious areas of her kind frequent.
Objection!
Miss Lestrade did no such thing? Well, of course he would take that stance. The girl's a regular offender. Came to the pawnbrokery that day, prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her? That's what brought you to Windy Banks. To your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc.
Objection!
My learned friend is a variable font of nonsense. Nonsense? I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing this in this way, is that clear? Yes, my lord. I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be. Say it at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article.
Hold it!
Had you ever been to Windy Banks before? Only once, for the purposes of pawning something. But like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her, is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course, such is the art of pickpockets. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once, in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. Can say what he likes, but because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police.
Hold it!
Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr.
Is
McGilded
that right?
as evidence.
Excuse me!
You have something to say? Is something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. Huh? No, I didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. Is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned through the capital for his great contributions to public life, yet he had a dark side too. Where are you going with this, Van Zieks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at the liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, I'm gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What's all about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zieks here. Well, it appeared that the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord. In other words, I have absolutely no reason to break into the shop later the same night.
Hold it!
Perhaps you'd seen something of value amongst the forfeited items? No, not at all. A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. There was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, simply I had no reason to break in. So there was nothing of Miss McGilded's left in the shop that night. This man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true. Bruno, if you have some evidence, let him have it. I didn't see that irritably assured expression on his crumple. McGilded slipped the disc into his coat pocket. He had deposited in Moneybank's. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. There's no doubt about it. The witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. Police are obviously after anything left behind by McGilded as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. But Gregson has been very strange about all this. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. Just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. There's a note on the disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy Gutterlane, on the day in question. I proceeded at once in the shop in order to explain my situation and redo my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. What about this, though? Mr. Moneybank appears to have used the back of this photograph to write out a redemption ticket. He has written it very neatly, but still, perhaps he ran out of paper, so he had to use anything he had on hand. Hard to know what the front is. The reverse side is now. Maybe I should try presenting this.
Objection.
This disc was paused at Winnie Banks on Magnus McNeil's instructions. You knew that, and you went there in intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again, and in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police after that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection.
Sorry, my learned friend. That's not true. What? Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Windybanks. That's this second pawnbroker's ticket. Second pawnbroker's ticket proves. Ah. There are two articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in the Windybanks pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your two accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. This is the second ticket, is it? What has the man deposited? The article description reads one small box. Rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there is adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once our article has been forfeited, I simply could walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument. So that means that, for some reason, this Graydon fella needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite, incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windybanks pawnbrokery. And rest assured, prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious. Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. These prints are taken from one of the detective's security cameras. Ah, Riley's red-handed recorders again. As previously explained using this plan of the shop layout, the victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in two locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windybank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which the articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, the gilded small box has been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident, at 9 p.m. on 13th April to be precise. Which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's 11 p.m. on 15th April. The victim clearly had a very full shop, it would appear. And then here we have another print. This one was taken 2 hours after the incident. I see. So we have two pictures to compare. Doesn't seem like anything's missing, but there is some difference in the photographs. Oh wait, I didn't read that. What did that say? Though I must be saying that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Hear me, it's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one of the possible motives in this case. We explored the possibility that someone had been taken in addition. that something has been taken in addition to the victim's life. So you men are already compared these two prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these two photographic prints. And the yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. I don't believe it. I could have just shown that he's stolen Matilda's pawn box. I might be able to break him down at last. You know what, Runo? I've been thinking. I wonder if these two photographs really are exactly the same. What? So, counsel, in the light of evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? Seems that in fact on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these two photographic prints somewhere? Can I use this? Can I use it though? Use it. You have to pop two prints in here, start with you see? And when you look through the pieces, you can see the image in 3 dimensions. Important thing is to get the right position of the two prints. Don't know who came up with this idea, stereoscope, but it's really quite fascinating. Oh, look at that. It's totally changed shape. Just from one little buffing print. Well, that's what the button's for, Bruno. Just like Hurley, you boys sure love pressing buttons, don't you? Especially if you don't know what to do. Us boys? Says the 10-year-old girl. Anyways, now you can see that it's really a stereoscope, can you? Can I use it though? Use it. Where two of them look the same, but one was different. Yeah, there was the picture with the girl holding the gun at the pawnbroker, and then there was a picture taken 30 minutes later where you can see that the stuff on the counter was slightly moved. But we already looked at that. Two prints in here, start to see, and when you look at the eyepieces, you can see the images in 3 dimensions. Important thing to get right the position of two prints. I don't know if we can look at that again, the stereoscope, but it's really quite fascinating. So can we not use it? Oh well, they're not added into the thing yet. Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something if I may. Try something? What do you mean, counsel? I need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy. I'm not entirely sure if I follow. Which piece of evidence do you intend to use to help you identify a discrepancy between the two prints?
Take that!
I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the two prints stereoscopically. Oh, yes, you've caught the bug at last. Can't resist it, can you? Got the cross-eyed compulsion. Juror number 3, what a surprise. Come on, Runo. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. There we go. Now it looks at the eyepieces. Oh? I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these two prints. What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location, the discrepancy of which you speak. Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different, the location of the small box. I mean, wait, unbelievable. By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilder's small box was indeed not stolen from Wendy Banks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilder's is in fact? Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on a shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which means, quite simply, that nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Alright, McGiller's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't mean the fact that it was moved. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? I believe this changes everything about the case. What can that possibly be? The crucial point is in fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Winnie Banks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zieks. Bailiff, arrange for the officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for examination. We should have a report within a half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while till the evidence is brought forth. Be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zieks. This is nothing but a smokescreen. Nipponi's specialty. See? What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilder from the pawnbrokery. Yet, common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. That's number 5. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilder perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. Articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box in one of his pockets, a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't have accepted even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. You know, that does make rather a lot of sense. It's not as if gold or jewels, is it? No goodness, those. Rich enough, can't cash. Deposit cash. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. There it goes. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen should have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or a bosk are in any tangible way related to the case? Those glasses did nothing wrong. Probably all of his monthly check goes to buying glasses and wine. Well, what's the matter, Bruno? We know that they are related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We both know that McGillicud's true character, and we know that the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that Miss Gilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. The defense's argument was flawed based off false information. Oh no. That would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. Ginny? Could it be that Van Zieks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? But maybe this could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry? What do you mean, Iris? Well, what is that you always say, Bruno? Sooner or later, the truth comes out, every time. Alright, the exact significance of things that McGilded deposited to Mr. Windybank. Something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her in the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. Hi? Sai, baby? What's the right thing to do here? We gotta do it. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? Well, the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilded's small box. I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The witness stand? Sorry, baby. Thank you for the follow. How are you doing tonight? Or today? Afternoon. Whatever. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windybanks by Mr. McGilded. Lord? Miss Lestrade has information related to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question, once and for all. Well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing? Alright, how's your night? Doing quite well. Just playing some Ace Attorney. I presume you considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. Sorry. I presume you considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing and indeed your own. I have. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused himself. Very well. You have no objection? So the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Alright then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me. Good luck, Bruno. Articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Windybank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial on which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in the trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now, here we all are again, the same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps? Bunny Bunny's friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight onto the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick pockets of unsuspecting passengers. And immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved, even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade? Would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. But remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in this trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Judy, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Bruno now. Iris? We're on your side. Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGill has pawned the articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbors secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it, then. Everything is going to come out. Like Van Zeke said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. The real truth of the omnibus case. Truth is that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin, the omnibus, the whole night. The Irishman dragged me out from under the seat. I saw a disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from me. Heard a scream from over me, head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when Gilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I seen or heard. Good grave, this is outrageous. You've just told the court there is almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in McGilded's trial. Sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately... Whatever, I can't say that word right now. Deceived this court. In an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial of this witness and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. I don't believe it. The whole trial's a farce. It's all lies. And the fellow was around to the court just like a pickpocket. Don't forget the lawyer from the east. They're all in together. You're wrong. The lawyer, Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, didn't know nothing about it. Humbug. I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? Didn't really stitch everyone up, did he? What an operation. Get the man off scot-free. Forgivable. Stop. Lies have to stop. Stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed inappropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony. The true significance of McGilded's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depth of the calamity you just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Hear me, Mr. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Truth is that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin on the omnibus the whole time.
Hold it!
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestron? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Yeah, that's right. Pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, it feels certainly that you claim Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord? That's what you told me I had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Are McGilded and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business dealings of some kind? Well, anyway, it got louder and louder, and it started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then, hardly dared to breathe. Then all of a sudden, I heard the noise like someone kneeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all. I believe you let out an involuntary scream? Yeah. That's what gave me away. When the Irishman dragged me out from underneath the seat, I saw the disc on the floor.
Hold it!
Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor. Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but McGilded picked it up pretty smartish. Then he sat in the cove. Then he sat the cove with knife in his belly up on his seat. What did he say to you that time? Told me not to say a word about what I seen, what I heard, to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared, the way he was looking at me. But I'd go with it, I get stuck with that knife, too. Then he started asking me a lot of questions. Like, what my name was, where I lived in that, asked me about being a diver, too. But after a while, what happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was some rapping noise, some kind of rapping noise. All of a sudden I heard a scream from me head, and a pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops.
Hold it!
There were 2 gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the diver pulled up the horses, and McGilded got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? I got in his seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to a halt, the 2 coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. They immediately left to fetch the police. It would appear that they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene? Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was on my seat. Heard the cabin door open and the voice from outside. Driver. He also testified in the trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, memory serves. What did McGilded and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened, and stuff like that mainly. Someone McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. Oops. Threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I seen or heard.
Hold it!
Threatened you? How, exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scarp her if I did exactly what you said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago? Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said. Which was? Told me I have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop. Make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I never. Said if you didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay money to keep it in lug, to stop it from being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilded have done such a thing? Having his own overcoat with the pawnbroker before the arrival of the police makes no sense at all. There seemed to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilded had the driver deposit at Windy Banks was something he did not want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up. Well done, Gina. Couldn't have been easy to tell the truth like that. And he's really put her faith in you, Bruno. Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury. Once this trial's over, so I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. And it's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement. So I should. Oh, another thing. What's that? Take a look at those 2. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time? Yes, that is strange. It's like they're having a secret discussion about something. Not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. Wonder if there's anything I can do about it. Check this pickmaker, yeah. That one.
Hold it!
The pawn shop obviously being Windy Banks on Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me the driver gave false testimony at trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbroker, he slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, for heaven's sakes. Bigelow took off his coat and gave it to the driver. Rolled it up, all careful and like before handed it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, the coat and what's in it gotta be worth a few bucks. Yes, you know, sir, this must be worth more than Mr. Windybank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling over it. I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbroker. Driver looked pretty happy when McGill had flashed him some brass in his face. He went off running. I looked. Then the bog trotter called me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. And me not to snitch, not to say nothing seen or heard. I don't have the overcoat. Do I have the picture? No, I don't. Okay, let me keep pressing her on stuff. Maybe it'll get the attention of the other two. Scrapper. That's it. One other thing he said was, wait, not to the ticket from pawn shop. Make sure not to lose it. Well done, Gina. Can it be easy to tell the truth? Being put our face in you, Reno. Yes, thanks for it. This is the time we have it now. To reach as possible. We can go for it. Personary statement. Should. Everything. Side. Look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time? Yes, that's so strange. It's a secret discussion about something. Anything I can do about it. Maybe I need to press her again and see if they react to it? To any of the statements? Or present the ticket? The ticket with blood on it, I should say. This one. Let's see. I'll try pressing her again, see if they react to anything that she says.
Hold it!
You're hiding in the cabin. Storage compartment. Fish back under there, can't see nothing at all. Also, somebody told me we're to tell the truth now. Any acquaintances? No, I did hear a talking about. Didn't hear too well how to say, money or something. Anyways, they got louder and louder, starting like a proper fight. Pretty scared by then, hardly dared to breathe, and then all of a sudden, the noise like someone killing over, something loud. Yeah, so gave me away. I feel like if they would have to say something about anything that she was saying, they would have done it already. So I probably have to try to not to snitch, not to say nothing that I've seen or heard. Maybe I need to present the ticket? here? Or maybe the previous statement? Let me see.
Objection!
I've seen or heard. Oops, I accidentally closed two.
Hold it!
Wait, can I just...
Excuse me!
Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? I didn't know I could do that. Inspector? Mr. Graydon? What? Why me? You trying to give me a heart attack? You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what's the discussion about? The discussion? This fella? Pull the other one, Sunshine. Yeah, got anything to talk about this shady gent like this? I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. They've been clearly talking the entire time. I've been cross-examining Gina, as if they've been negotiating. Thank you, Miss Strad. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually just transpired on the omnibus. It appeared on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. The negotiation concerning this disc, however, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over the price, McGilded took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point that this is clearly extremely valuable in some way, although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the Cove died right after his trial, I knew that. So he decided he would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They're going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have gotten them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Again, ain't no crime. Miss Lestrade, it appeared Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? Huh? Ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must have been worth a fair bit of brass. He's gonna sell it. He's probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. My lord. The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. The mysterious little box deposited by Gilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Save your progress. All right. So this is the article in question, is it? Small box deposited with the brown broker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Windybank's murder. The only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, quick, let's open it and see what's inside. Is it a music box? Yeah. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow, although in truth I had an inkling that would be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. So here we have the names. We have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc deposited at Windybank's at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was a disc of his victim in the omnibus. Why? For heaven's sake. Are we to understand that the brick maker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc. Yes, very well. The court now listens to this curious disc at last.
Hold it!
Wait, my lord. Good grief. What's the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection!
This may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. Prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is police property now. You can't. Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here, but it's policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. No further delays, please. Play the disc. Sounds like Morse code. What on earth? Certainly not what I called music. No. Just the same note playing over and over again in a regular sequence. Mr. Graydon? This is really priceless. For all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the... Well, with much regret, the court must accept that the music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, Counsel? Come on. Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, Counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. Graydon stands there, chortling victoriously. The inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. As if Gregson recognizes that sound and he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of defense, my Nipponi's friend, answer me this. Oh? Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? The defense believe that the sound emitted from this music box is... Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. It must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Reno.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now you've told us what they're not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do you enlighten us, Nipponi's friend? Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it'll be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that is purely foolishness. Got me. Don't know what the answer is yet. Bruno? I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that that's not broken at all. Really? The way it's been made can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Alright, well if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing has some significance. That isn't musical. Ah! Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Something just struck me, Reno. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like this one the music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. Gonna have to press defense for an answer? Your assertion is that the music produced by this music box is not in fact music at all? Then what the devil is it, Counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimonies we've heard, it's all pointing to a single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nippon friend presents proof now. Tangible proof at the latest, wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm gonna get to fight back on this trial. And if I'm right, I'm gonna have to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on this music box disc is... Wait. This, maybe? Let's see. There's a sensational story lower down the front page as well. Look. Ministry Mall. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. World. Paris certainly has her finger on the pulse of the world news. Top secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Communications being intercepted? But how would someone be doing that? Question, isn't it? I have come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career right now? No, of course not. Wonder. Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday? Yes, it could be. It could explain why he had Grexy ran from pillar to post at the moment. Maybe. I'm gonna try presenting it.
Take that!
Today's paper? Cancel? Headline is Pawnbroker perishes in Pickpurse plunder. Partly supportive of your cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down. Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated. Highest level, I understand. I've heard that the international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wire telegrams. Of course. Jury number 5, your input, please. Oh, me, sir? Whatever is the matter? You told the court before you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And this particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh, yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station after all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right. There is more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Order, please everyone order. But this is high treason, counsel, deserving of capital punishment. So much new vocabulary. What is this treason? What is this capital punishment? Sorts of words I half expect you to know. For our sovereign government, confidential information hostile. Hostile nations were surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place outside Omnibus. But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word? In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must have surely been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, they reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if he got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous, absolutely preposterous. So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands that the witness testifies. Response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Winniebank. That being most, flagitious offense for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed.
Hold it!
You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We thought you got things to say. I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. We ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right. Or what we call the three Skulkin brothers. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Graydon's counter. Mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by the music box aren't even Morse code. It was some world-class brickmaker negotiating with McGill anyways. Was it not? I have no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like he told us to. If we known there was some dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin? What Mr. will do, Governor? What's up? Did I take that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question, you did indeed gain entry into the premises illegally? And moreover, you did as a party of three in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here? We did, Gov, we did. Quiet him down, please. What do you say that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. Little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. Never said nothing about no government secrets. What are we supposed to do? It was supposed to be a straight up job. What about the geezer whose shop it was, huh? Poor bloke didn't have to die, did he? Ugh. Let's know who your friends are. Okay, so he killed the dude. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I'll omit it to the court record as evidence. Small music box has been entered in the court record. Raiden's counter. A mere communication officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. So this newspaper headline is accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Many important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of the staff in the station where I work would never be interested in sensitive information. Oh no, stop. Say something, stop. Yes. You're number 5. Regularly communicate. We, regular communication station officers, aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Grayson here is the team leader. That's fascinating. Graydon is a highly skilled operator stop, currently in presence of idle stop. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon? Well, what of it? Transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent and ciphered. Normal employees can't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. Let's say something, stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he received the top prize at the cipher cracking convention 5 years ago in a row now. That's fascinating. Graydon is a high-skill operator stop, currently in presence of idle stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you would like to keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Besides, the sound produced by the music box aren't even Morse code.
Hold it!
They're not? So anyway, with the brain, that'd be blatant apparent on listening to that music box. Even to anyone with a brain, that'd be blatant apparent on listening to that music box even for a few seconds. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch, he looks generally shocked at my ignorance. I'd be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you. Lesson here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinctive tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining these in different ways, you can construct letters. See? For example, this is A. This is B. But when you listen to the sounds produced by the music box, you can only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. Still can be Morse code. So your assertions is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. Then I tell you, the music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspirations in the future? Stop. Nothing to say, but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it, Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would be slot into place so nicely. There'd still be something I haven't considered? Would it be really impossible to use this music box somehow to play Morse code? There is still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in leaking government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you, in some way, my Nipponiese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear that the defense has a hypothesis put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. And you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code. Oh. What is that? Oh? What is it, Bruno? I've just noticed something about this music box. Looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Ah, you're right. Come on then, what are you waiting for? Let's open it. Alright then, here it goes. Look at that, there's another movement on the other side. So, does that mean we can set another disc to play on this side? Yes, I think so. It looks like the two movements are linked together. They're linked. So if you had two discs, they would be both play back at the same time.
Got it!
Good gracious! What am I looking at here? Another movement on the other side of the music box? What? It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in the same music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens. As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With the second disc in place, the music box could be used to generate Morse code to convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry? This is a poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with a second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago striking a deal over the disc or disc. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly. I have nothing to do whatsoever with it. Though it has its holes, I must agree the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon, and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. I haven't found it yet. Oh dear, it's like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno. You will reiterate your statement if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. Some low-caste brickmakers negotiating with the McGilded anyways, was it not? I have no relation to the man.
Hold it!
So 2 months ago, in an omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and sold the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. Seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. It doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed. There must have been someone else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired a disc and gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have in it for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from artisan quarter, well-to-do communications officer. Well, I can find some evidence to link the two of them together. You have nothing more to add on note? Let us return to the witness's testimony. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah? Who else, eh? Silly me, thought we was just popping in for a natter after all them years, but the rotter had a dodgy job for us. Huh, Ash? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? What do you mean to tell me that Mr. Grayson is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure. Let's say, Brayden's old China. What do you have to say?
Excuse me.
Something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Huh? No, the other Mrs. Skulkin. What? Who, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have the red old laugh together. Together? With Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now you look at him now in his fancy whistle and the flute, and you wouldn't know Adam and Eve in it. But when we was younger, we was from the poor part of town. He was from the poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? He was always a leery one, the brains and the savvy. Always come up with smart ideas, like what would never have gone through our heads. Blimey, not the truth. Remember, Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh? Save until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in the courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Boy, the accuser asked us a question, didn't he? And what was your answer? Yeah, we done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you to your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that central story be relevant somehow? My lord? Yes, counsel. The brother's last sentimental statement can hold vital information relating to the case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony without detail, briefly. I hasten to add. Say no more, Skulkin never scolded. Milton and Skulkin's milk run? Or the more days.
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm gonna regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? This little scheme we had gone back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, and what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. Suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? So, how did your little business work exactly? Well, every morning down our way, the milkman would come with his cart to deliver milk, see? And if you stuck your empties outside your front door, he would leave them full again, right? So, we swooped in on our action, got people to sign up with us. I'm still delivering milk, for half the price of the other Keyson's doing it. People couldn't wait to sign on the dotted line. We were raking it in, we were. So, did you live on a dairy farm or something? Gordon Bennett, are you off your rocker? We had nothing. We were too poor to have a farm. Right. Nah, we would have them go up. What we had going on was simple enough. It was simple once you had the idea. Just switch them over, you see? Customers' empties with the full ones from anyone who wasn't in our books. Doodle, right? I think he meant to say, diddle. And that's a crime. It was just an armless bit of fun, that's all. Looking at general public in such a fashion is most certainly not armless, as you put it. Well, it was who came up with the idea. Well, it was him who came up with the idea. Ash is the evil genius. You mean Mr. Graydon? Yeah, Ash has always had his head in the book when he was growing up. Said he was gonna get himself an education and get out of that slum we lived in. Or we bragged him all about that, didn't we? Told him we was soft in the head to even think about it. Look at him now. It's only got Blinken, communications officer? Communication officer, maybe? Communications officer, Mr. Skulkin? Shomson Wilson's bookmark. No, Iris, don't even think about it. All of a sudden, we seem to be up in our necks with a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? Negotiations Ginny overheard in the omnibus 2 months ago, and a break-in at Windybanks. The trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Grayson on the omnibus with Mr. McGill. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Grayson's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. Wonder if the key to making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. Communication officer could possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by the music box are in Morse code. Some low-class brickman orchestration Mr. McGill anyways was a non relation to the man. Look, all he done is break into the gaff the other night, like he told us to do. If we'd known there was some dodgy government secrets involved, we would have touched it. Milton's Cocaine's Milk Run, or those were the days.
Hold it!
Let me ask you about the name. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, that's it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. I thought a clever clog like you would work that one out. That is... Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel?
Objection!
No. Let me guess, you don't accept anything that these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton you decided to interject? Because well... They weren't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, it's his old man was struggling for money so much his wife walked out on him. The name Graydon then. See? That should always be Milverton to us. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not, this is all bunkum. I've been a Grayson since I was born. Graydon. Do you really think you can rely on the testimonies of these two thieves? Communications officer attached to a civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It'd be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things. Turned out to be extremely important. Updating record. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although, all this talk about interception of secret seriousness. Is he, the brickmaker's son? Can I present himself to himself? Okay. Let me press this.
Hold it!
Wait, I should probably... Hang on. Yeah, he has a son. Okay, I need to skip all this. Okay, I just need to present Suzato's notes on the case 2 months ago. Okay. Sent.
Objection!
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we know, the victim, the man who we now know and understand to have been negotiating with Mr. Gilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say Saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton? Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't... As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. Truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilden in your collaboration with your father. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the court cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilden. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilden. Mr. Grayson concocted. Mr. Graydon. Sorry. Graydon. Concocted this elaborate scheme using 2 music box discs to encode this information. As presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, he appeared at Windybank's 2 days ago. In an attempt to recover 2 articles McGilded had replaced in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skolkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Yeah? We never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Windybank was killed, the intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone, the music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the two prints from the security camera indeed. So the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only one of the articles disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Grayson, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Arms blazing again. Sir? There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve on your jacket. What? 2 nights ago? We know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windybank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Sholm's waist. And this final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide? The bullet wound, isn't it? Got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? I paid you handsomely to comply. I was a fool to think I could trust someone common back some thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windybanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. As you noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. That is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. Gilded. Scott as my witness. I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. It's not gonna go down without a fight, not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense now has established a crucial fact, which is, well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Scogan brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholm's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windybank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on you. Indeed, it must. And rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one other conclusion. Mr. Windybank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness. That's right, Mr. Graydon. Only person who possibly could have shot Mr. Windybank that night is you.
Hold it!
You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's this supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Do you never consider the possibility? What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I were there at the scene, may have witnessed a crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case. I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting I saw it all? Well, the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker, shot him. You what? Order, order, order. Well, it seems we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes. Trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it shows that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. The moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Wendy Banks threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. And she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Good gracious. This is quite extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order, order, order. It was my intention to testify in this way. Now there is my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Well, sorry about that. When he shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. As I said, she was showered in his blood. See the blood splattered over the accused's coat? Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? The coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood. That would be conclusive evidence here. Oh, couple number 6. Vision of investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's the true science. Some amateurish detectives' dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Harley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. Science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as a basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used, with your lordship's permission. Oh, there it goes. You can shatter all vestiges of doubt with the myths. Doesn't look good, Bruno. Not. Well, we know, don't we? That there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they tested with their chemicals. Oh, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Don't move, Jenny. I'm gonna shoot. that's not Mr. Windybank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. It's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by by McGill, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. For God's sakes, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. While we await the results, the defense may proceed with cross-examination. As they find that blood all over the overcoat, it will be counsel. Yes, my lord. Cross-examination. Of course, my lord. This cross-examination doesn't go well. No one managed to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now. Feeling about the outcome of this trial. The moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop.
Hold it!
Mr. Windybank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. We never been so scared in your life. Yeah, we were just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Don't like violence. Says the pair who carries a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to this shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help the little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over to the blooming counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella, soon that made him scarper. Here of you setting up the poor defenseless pawnbroker together? Shame on you. Sorry, Guff. When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm.
Hold it!
You mean that moment you were shot? Yes. I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. The exact moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And then the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it bleeding badly, so I wrapped up my handkerchief around it. And as I could explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would be still bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Windybank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, now, I don't imagine he ever noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't strike home. When I pulled my gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way. He scarpered through that door, out back. At which point, what did you do? See the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though.
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about those people on the door you mentioned? Well, surprisingly, the storeroom's door is a solid job, made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it, about head height, that lets you see what's in there on the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. What about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on to those people as well? Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt these 2 buffoons were even aware of the people's existence. The Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windybank's take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? The accused in the black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety.
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windybank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And we already established, Mr. Creighton, well, it was fired at you. Ah, no, it wasn't the broker's gun, that was the pickpocket girl. That the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windybank's gun grazed my arm. And yes, Skulkin's gun cried into detective. This was another gun entirely. Third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had been a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun at the time.
Objection!
But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. You must consider the events in order. At first, I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment, the little gutter rat shot him in the back. Chilling image, I must say. All the blood splattered all over the wretched girl.
Hold it!
All over her? Yes, the people. I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, with what was the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is soiled with the victim's blood. Well, it's soiled with blood, but that's for sure. It's not Mr. Windybank's blood, is it? No, that's right. Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGill stabbed him 2 months ago. So annoying. If they only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. They won't, so unfortunately, can use that as evidence to support their case. Mother. Then she tossed the gun at the people, so I picked it up and made my escape.
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? The direction of the store door, where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole on the other door onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do that such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon? Without thinking, I went in and picked it up. Suppose I was worried about just leaving it there, in case any more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime? Yes, it was yours truly. I left it clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? He'd make a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Wilson and Flute here told us to tidy us up. Tidy up. He thinks he's our bloomin' mom sometimes. I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull at the gate, aren't you? What's going on here?
Excuse me!
Gentlemen? Something's wrong, Sunshine? Sunshine? Should be my line. Do you realize you were just finally shaking Mr. Skulkin? Blimey, this D's a bit of a hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? I saw him. He grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said. Why didn't you mention the third gun when we got down to the station? And why didn't you? Because we didn't know nothing about it. I had flaming pupil in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes, not hurt, right? Lord blimey. See the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this D's giving me the willies. That was strange. Inspector doesn't normally get so quite as worked up as that. he wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Grixie at all. He's normally all sweet and light, no matter what I say to him. Well, he might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. My lord? I've seen your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have results to the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. The blood? And the accused overcoat? Thank you, officer. Well, cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stain, it would appear that they were the results of spattering following the gunshot wound. The report. Goodness me. See? What did I tell you?
Objection!
No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Windybanks. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belongs to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was spotted at Windybanks, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milton. So the blood on that cover coat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case. Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponi's friend? Right? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilled's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? Ghost Cup number 7. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was... call it Bali disgrace. Treachery. That's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? And the stereoscope couldn't help to answer that problem pop out. Can't be done. But we use Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. You put such faith in the chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? You held out Brodsky for a starving boy here and crying. Sherlock Sholmes is merely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom, no weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet, indeed. Hang on. Can you see her sleeves? I guess not. Well. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could have possibly known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. My lord. Been a long battle, this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman, as of this moment, sir, the squadron has released its final decision. Ready, men? Offer one now.
Guilty.
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 Guilty!
Guilty.
Gonna have to appeal to the jury again? Oh boy. Well, it appears, ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt he may make at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful. Ugh. I don't believe it. I've come so far. How's it all unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing. To be held in such low esteem. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer? You've delivered the report now. That'll be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined by not science. None other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Is that Sherlock? It is. Why are you here? Mr. Sholmes. What is the meaning of this? Order? Order? What business do you have here, detective? Last I heard you were recuperating in the hospital. As well as I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Hurley, it's really you. You're awake at last. Yes, good day, Iris. Appears to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you humor me. And what matter, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes, if you'd be so kind to spare us the time. What say you to this, Lord Vengeance? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly, having spent so long already, don't want to go waste any more precious time. I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny defense. Very well then, counsel. You have 5 minutes. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright? I'm all wrong. Sorry? Only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. That's the judge for 5 minutes. I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. Never took the trouble to refine it for my appraisal of scientific community. Oversight on my part, right? Honesty, surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? Lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Suzata. From Miss Suzata-san? If possible, matters were to be settled without me matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Suzato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are won't do, and would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A living present from Suzato-san, wherever it could be. What's this? Oh! It's a machine I made. Ah. Look, I use this. My latest invention. What is that? I call it the cat flapomat. Can you make a cat flap? My little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to? Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. Deserve to be a digital assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best digital assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Whatever does she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Wendy Banks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow? No, not at all, Cryptic did. But the son used his cat Wapamat that night. Why? Cup number 8. Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already? I'm grateful for you two affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. No thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings, no doubt. My learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? The rest is down to you, my dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me? I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests... Probably a summation examination, huh? Because everyone's at guilty? Now it's come to this, my only chance to appeal to the jurors and try to change their minds. What do you think you're doing, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? Mr. Sato's gracious gesture. Would you let this final piece of evidence she left you go to waste? Final piece of... Not a time for inaction. It's time to hear from a witness. Oh. But it's not possible for me to bring a new witness to stand at this point. I don't think that's what Hurley means, Rito. Have you forgotten where we are in the trial? The defense has nothing more to add. I think we should proceed to the adjudication.
Hold it!
Wait, my lord, defense requests further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine any new witness now.
Objection!
The defense is not asking for cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one existing witness. Let me look at the thing first. Woo! Those vicious seeds look like they could rip through almost anything. They're good, aren't they? I made a special alloy I developed just for this job. Cutter rotates 10 times per second, so it can get through any kind of door in no time at all. What are these two parts at the top here? Ah, those are for attaching hinges to the section of the door that gets cut out? Right, of course. Nothing can match this machine for power. I can make mincemeat of even the toughest doors. Sounds so charming and friendly when you say what it's for, but feels like reality of the cat Wapamat is a grim weapon of door destruction. Wakahai, so adorable. There's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons. Okay. Anything else? Guess not. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. What? See your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination? Thank you, officer. Very well. This examination is hereby temporarily suspended. You have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. So nobody can say anything then. If we're not asked to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, then the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. I remind those present that this is my courtroom. Concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request a continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I decide to afford the defense one final opportunity, in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present supports any arguments against it. A single chance to present evidence. If following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsel? You will not press the witness any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Mr. Sholmes! To stand so succinctly for the court in a state of such a high fever, I demand extraordinary strength of mind or extraordinary lack of feeling. Imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Suzette-san has given me. It's going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then, under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. And when he banged through Nash on the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. Suit the man when he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in the black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. Saw the blood spat out of the wretched girl. She tossed the gun out the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. We're not allowed to press him, right? So... His lordship is only going to allow me to present one piece of evidence here. It's clear that the piece of evidence should be. How in the world did Susie manage to sneak off with this without me noticing? She used it in a pawnbrokery? So at least that's what Mr. Sholmes said. I was only gone from the place for about 5 minutes when I went after to Skokin Brothers. What possible reason could Sugata-san have to use Iris's contraption? Could it be that Or she did the cat flap. Hang on a second. Hang on. Did she use that? Let's see. Maybe it's in this next one. Yeah. Okay. I see now. There's no way he could have seen through it. Could be what she did with the cat flap mat completely changes one of the key premises this testimony is based on. While these ruffians were wrestling with broker, I was stealing. See through the people on the door. Okay.
Objection.
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Counsel? Oh, it's my cat flap-o-mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of the room. You can cut through any door you can think of, and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. The device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having. Oh, sure we can work it out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's shop. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way then. This contraption is able to create people at any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon, a peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windybanks has taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I attest to that. As I looked through the peephole myself, I wanted to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much as my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the guard, for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. It's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What?
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with this crime scene while being fully aware of the gravity of her actions? It's a most serious act of vandalism. For which I humbly apologize, my lord. Just in a few minutes I left the scene in order to pursue the skulking brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it's become apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed to the people in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident that the people did not yet exist in the door, there is no possible way that you can have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Order, order. Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly. This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wood door? Yes, I designed it to be very powerful. Can cut through even the toughest of doors. Absurd. Believe it for a second. I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Wacky. Cooey? Time for dinner? Well, young lady, this is Old Bailey. One does not make a cat flap in the oak's paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom at the Windy Banks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps on my cat flap-o-mat crates are all of a fixed size, and the dimensions of the people in the Windy Banks is an exact match. Old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iders. Thank you. Now it's my learned student's friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, that's true. You may have some difficulty in establishing all the facts. For the sake of the argument, let us assume the pit hole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? Prosecution demands proof of your answer. What's the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zieks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the people was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There's no proof. Ugh. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the people was made, my learned friend's claims amount to nothing more than a baseless accusation. Indeed that is so, Lord Van Zieks. Well, Council, don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Sato-san is the greatest digital assistant in the world. Very well. Counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the people in the door at Windy Bank's storeroom was created after the events and not before. This probably here. Because it'd be over here. It's out there.
Take that!
What are you? A print from the detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Sato Mikotova, an extremely intelligent and capable. Which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered the scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is a photographic print, Counsel. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding the gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. It really is quite remarkable. The door in the storeroom. It's completely devoid of a pupil of any description. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done. Because at the time it happened, there was no people in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Order, order. I'm satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, his testimony was entirely, malicious. Malicious? I don't know. That's not the only thing we know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly, Lord, there's more. Lord Bensings. The defense may establish a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that's no proof. That is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I'm the victim here. Please. I don't believe this. But they're right, as it stands now. I don't have any definite proof that he's the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris? You know what they say? There's no point in locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Bruno? That's really all he says. One lies begets another. Wait, that might have been a line I wrote for one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. No sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
This is, provocative talk, counsel. Will you enlighten the court, explain this alleged inconsistency? Harris is right. One lie is another. The inconsistency is revealed by lies in the witness's statements. It showed that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he should have known. Anything. Namely, bloodstains on the coat. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right. The victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the people in, The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Now let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the people in the store door? Well, obviously, Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The people in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police had been at Windy Banks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. I gave the order to have the officers working around the clock in shifts so we get through it all. And consequently, there's no way you, Mr. Graydon, could have access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people in the storeroom door. So the fact that the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the people in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Fanzix? Speak, Inspector. Just that I really have to be getting back to the station now in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if that's all the same to you. Permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that people. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by someone else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize I trust that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes? The defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering the particular clue we have seen, there's really only one person that it could be. Who is the person in question, Counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony?
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Yeah? Me?
Objection!
I better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Considering that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with a great urgency along our recess. While the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station, until that time, Mr. Graydon would have no idea. No including he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. He would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information? So he can commit perjury in order to save his skin? Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is blooming outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fellow, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess at any chance. Have you forgotten that? True. I had a number of questions regarding the events that just transpired at the pawnbroker. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full review in the stand where such illicit discussions could have possibly occurred. Oh, I just remembered something, Bruno. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying? Oh yes, now you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve Gilded's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. Might have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag, you're making this up. I'm a more respectable Scotland Yard inspector for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this book? Admittedly, you wouldn't have any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people and crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. Sure, I need not to remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be a considerable gross case of nuisance. Well,
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations of this is this Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that. With the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It's incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? So what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. Second disc? Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon. Then, logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Bruno, do you think it could be... Yes? It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for answers now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of this alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with a witness? It's either the music box or the disc. I'll try presenting the disc first, and then... No, I'll try presenting the music box first, then the disc.
Take that!
Inspector Gregson? Besides this murder, is it not true you've been working on a very important case? What? Are you getting out now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top-secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice? Oh, how the bleeding Nora could you... I discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Wendy Banks by Magnus McGilded, a special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that they encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So, I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little... Oh no, you're spilling your food everywhere. Order? On the day of the incident, when we met you at Wendy Banks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever it is McGilled's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't. Don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. It's mine. Sorry, miss. Anything belonging to McGilled's has to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGill was involved in stealing of government secrets. My orders were... whatever the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume? Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving a false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the people. It's the only explanation of the deal was struck between these two men.
Objection!
If I stress if the sovereign assertion turns out to be found in truth, it would mean that the second disc is as we speak here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted the gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article graved upon in the palm of his hand. But gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person?
Yes!
The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other while Ginny was testifying before. And Grixie hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order the examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He insulted me. Profession inquired now. However, if it puts this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, I'll happily submit to a body search. What? Want to agree to it? I presume you're aware of the recipes on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You made a most serious allegation against the Scotland Yard here. If following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you'll be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end. The country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. Sounds serious. Indeed, a visiting student makes such a defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force. It's not something Her Majesty's government would be able to overlook. You're just threatening Runo because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I imagine Gregson would have accepted the gentleman's agreement for something so critical. This must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, counsel. You know the implications. So let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord? Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects? Search someone else. He wouldn't willingly give himself up like that if he actually had it. Defense formally demands the search to be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough, I've got nothing to hide. Very well, then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects. The defense demands a search, but not of the Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? Thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, Sunshine? Of course you didn't put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you. Marino's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. You should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord. I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today. Fairly certain Really sure that I know who has the disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Counsel, whom do you request to search now? This dude probably, right?
Take that!
Mr. Ashley Gaydon, my lord. Defense demands he be searched at once. Very well. Presume you will not protest, Mr. Graydon. Contraire. And so beef body search was carried out by a course bailiff. 3 minutes later, revealed that Mr. Graydon had nothing unusual in his person at all. Who would it be then? Would it be one of the brothers? Well, maybe not. I'm mistaken about the things I've seen in court today. I'm really sure I know who has the disc at the moment. Only one person it can't be. So, let's search now. Maybe him, because he was like throwing him around a bit, but this one I mean. Was that before or after she was testified? I'll take a shot in the dark.
Take that!
Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Huh? Blimey? Me? Him? Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects.
Hold it!
Please, my lord. Yeah, I was right. Inspector? Scotland Yard, has to object to his search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Huh? In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zieks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of the trial. There's a noise outside. I don't know, I think it might be noise traveling up the hill. Bailiff, carry out the search. Now, hold on, Mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out! Here, my lord. In the witness's pocket. Found this. Good lord, that's another music box disc. Oh no, nothing about it. Nothing. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilden. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Ugh. Order, order. Mr. Skulkin, what do you have to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett? Just Gordon Fleming Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about this. Honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? Alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective? No? No question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that Inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But one particular point in his trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for... Don't recall? What unusual behavior? It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbroker that night? Was it by any chance the second disc in your jacket pocket? I meant nothing of the sort. Well, Mr. Graydon answered my questions. The inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he did it all. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as my brother, I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me and whistled like that. And started shaking me. By the blazes, didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down to the station? That was he said. Nearly right down my ear hole, he did. I was still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back on it now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide a disc. Well, bless my wig, he hid it? But I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. The detective had acquired the disc he was after. Why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? According to law, he could have submitted item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were, cover the medium, he is to convey the secrets leaked in the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush? Top secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Is that some of the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. But I'm not liable to that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. What does this mean? You only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him. To slip the second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense? Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Admit to it? Yours truly? Please. Mr. Graydon. Clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed this to the inspector.
Objection!
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the people? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony, that I admit. So sentence me accordingly. But that's all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with a detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of this is about. You... what? Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? You admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire it. Ladies and gents of the jury, as Scotland Yard Inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I'm acting in the best interest of the country, whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you make your decisions. This is quite quandary indeed. Really haven't encountered such an extraordinary, tumult, whatever, in concluding the trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter with the jury for their final leanings. Well now, as a fellow servant of the Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at the case to talk to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I like to put my faith in in a detective, really. Graydon is a highly skilled operator, stop. Really in presence of an idol, stop. Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say. Don't believe it. These 6 jurors are... they're going to believe Gregson? If they declare their decision now, shouldn't he gonna be found guilty? Don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're gonna lose. There's some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windybank or stole government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with a witness. And counsel? I think it's time to impose on the jurors to declare their final decisions now. That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to court. I let the judge call the jurors to announce their leanings. Gina will be found guilty. So there's no choice then, Bruno. You have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now. All comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Inspector Gregson, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. Yeah? What's that then? You refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today? Then you leave us no choice but examine this piece of evidence. Thoroughly. Well, go on. My last chance. Looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit the deal he clearly stuck with Graydon. What about this?
Take that!
Oh, what on earth is this, counsel? Irrefutably proof, my lord, of the corrupt dealings that went on between these 2 men. Or perhaps careful proof of the corrupt workings of my learned friend's mind. Oh, no, never mind. My counsel, at this stage in proceedings, I'd have expected more considerable outwork. Defense will be duly penalized. Only struck a deal at the very last possible moment when they were stand. It's love between them. Strictly business. You think about it, murder and treason are both such serious crimes. Yes, punishable by death. I don't think old Silky's gonna admit to either of them anytime soon, do you? No, but Gregson on the other hand, just refusing to admit what happened because he's sworn to secrecy, out of a sense of duty. I wonder, Gregson's lips are sealed because he's determined to do his duty, then perhaps to price them open. You're going to have to be determined enough to do your duty too, Reno. Of course, he'd do anything to follow his orders. Your jury has indicated its readiness to declare its final findings. I urge you to consider this your final deed and trial, counsel. Last chance. Looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. one final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit he's clearly struck Greg's. What would it be? Disc or music box, maybe? But I'm a little online, so I'm just gonna look it up. Just in case. I feel like it's either the music disc or something else. Yeah, I was right. It's the music box.
Take that!
Is that Mr. McGillet's peculiar music box, Council? Yes, with the disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time. With the second disc we just discovered is set in place as well. This disc, Council?
Hold it!
No, wait, I can't let you do that. Why not? Because it's got nothing to do with this case. That's why.
Objection!
Not true, Inspector. Eh? The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the card earlier from this box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm the theory. Crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. You go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Do you admit the charge? And in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad. You let that secret information out to the public domain. You'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Objection!
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you did continue to lie to the court, now because by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please. court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Zeeks. For Pete's sake, stop it.
Objection!
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast. To uncovering the truth by fair means or foul. No. Very well. The defense stands here, and that the prosecution have been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense requests, the court will now listen to this music box set in operation once more. This time with the second disc in place, and both discs playing simultaneously. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Alright, I admit it. Whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that bloomin' box up. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box sticks? Did you reveal the existence of the people in the pawnbroker storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. The trial resumed after recess. We were stood here in the stand together. That's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up! It's you there. The detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for. Right there with me this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I can't let that information become public knowledge under any circumstances, so I accepted the man's proposal and told him the details of the case that should have put him in the clear. People in the storeroom door, the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, the witness indeed intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. You still reveal those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out that the people had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windybank. You... Oh, broke it. Traitor! What? You're gonna attack him in here? Bailiff? Bailiff? Restrain that man. At once. That's it then. It's all over. I despise my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. Little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself. One day I escaped from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in small hours. I wanted to drown them out. More money than anyone who lived in that squalor could imagine. One day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with a court talent, aren't you? A queer talent? So you are? I have money to throw your way if you're interested. What you need to do is go along with me a little plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office. It was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings, how easily it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate this code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. Fine gent you've become. He was a different man from the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. But poverty has never broken him, never corrupted him. I was sure he would have helped me if I told him the real reason, so I made up a story. Got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician's friend of mine has written some music he wanted to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There's two, actually. Alright, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had to make two discs. Thereby splitting information in two. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. I was to protect myself as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the disc and music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of the deal? Exchange of the second disc? Yes. Still demand information that way a number of times already. But it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. That doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon, for why was it on the omnibus 2 months ago? Your father, Sir Milton, was the one dealing with McGilded and not yourself? When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. When my father realized something was amiss, at the time he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climbed into the omnibus, handed over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the disc I asked him to make. Never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? Was he the one that killed Gilded? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, Gilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. Number 8 or number 9? Press any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and the witnesses were bribed. The trial 2 months ago was the farce from start to finish. He barely touched British soil back then. Walked into that harness as completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I made plenty of money on my dealings with McGilded by then. I spared nothing in my purchases 2 months ago. Knew exactly who to hire. You're willing to pay the price there? If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in the city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself has shown me that. Alright, you see that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything in his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free. I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that must have deserved. The tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. Gilded's death that day was caused by this man. Everything's ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me to the courtroom. What's this, officer? The sooner that I let them leave. It's not an inconvenience, sir. There are some manages to the schedule. Some changes to the schedule. Well, must be making tracks now? It's time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. Asked if it could be present for me or it myself. The policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again? That's right, an imposter, hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate? I don't know. Omnibus with all matters of false evidence. He threatened the witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on his one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account, indeed. That wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. Second disc, which my father had taken in exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. At least because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized this was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of 2 discs. The music box you need to pay them? Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guinea for you, young man. What's this? Wendy Bank's pawnbroker? Aye, it's his pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I deposited there for you. There's no need to give it a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend to watch for it. I put a jewel in the pawn for you. I'll fetch good guineas if you sell it well. part of a pawnbroker being used that way before. Have you not, Mr. Braden? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know? Each one is an extremely secure vault. So I knew that if he had taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. Remember now that when we first met you at the Wendy Bank staff 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade right now. How did you know who you were looking for? In the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another McKillard's pawns. They must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started making some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline, and he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Wendy Banks to redeem the articles. Unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilder's overcoat and the one disc that was in his pocket. All important music box with the second disc inside was missing. It had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of the fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime incursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, I picked up some fact that McGill was involved. Inspector, you've recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fellow's possession and examining whether we could lay our hands on. Whatever we can lay our hands on. A full-scale investigation going at the yard. We had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still in the shop somewhere, so I knew that I was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place at the same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skokin brothers? What happened that night in the pawnbrokery I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located the music box I sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside? Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I fired back. The man had already turned to flee, and intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. Struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the stormed refuge. Sorry, tale. All took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Winniebanks on that wretched night. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crimes of murder. What tragic irony for what you had done. Exactly the same. you would become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply and killed it. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Victor Gregson would have Mr. Ashley Graydon. He'd been restrained, my lord, and been escorted to the yard. He will be charged with the murder of Mr. Windybank and stealing government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Huh? Yeah? It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Okay, left squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. Last push to the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions of the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Aha! That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Bruno, you finally managed to do it. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if it would come out on top for a while there. Susie was right. You are the best lawyer in the world. Lestrade? I'm not finished with you yet. Huh? What? What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider. Huh? 2 months ago, in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? In relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windybank's pawnbroker, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilda's property, it seems. I never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilda's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. This one is getting excited about throwing a party in Virginia this evening. In turn, our attention to the defense. Remembering that, when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was... Well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, Counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. And I propose a toast. To demanding the government's secrets to be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Ah. Very sorry about that. That's the only way I can get Inspector Gregson to admit what he's done, so... If I may say something on that point. It's not... It's, about the sounds produced by the music box. I do wonder. That was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, ma'am? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see? So much that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness. Madam, the level of obsession one feels. But I must say, in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. Serious, a meaningless series of two different tones. What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contain ministerial secrets, Sunshine. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the natures of government communications. We know that McGilded conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. It's really gonna bother me. Miss Lestrade? Yeah, Milord? That which you have seen today in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalog of depravity, an appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, ain't nothing I don't see most days in back. Beg your pardon? If you're weak, you pay for it. Just how life goes. Oh look, I reckon I worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to be changed, you gotta start home. You gotta change how you are yourself. Well, that's very laudable. It's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I really look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windybank, proprietor of the pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. That is all. Court is adjourned. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, Far Eastern friend. Ah, oh. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense of the malice that festered within the Englishman, and at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. He has talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about that. Whether we are from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings, and we're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again, here in the... You did. When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look in the eyes of the man who's new and try to understand. What are you even talking about? You mentioned something similar earlier today about a total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. One day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright then, I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, in my retirement from service 5 years ago, gives me a cause to wonder. Meeting has some deeper purpose. Is that 9 or 10? So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow. Till we meet again. 17th of April, 5:24 p.m. Old Bailey, defendant's antechambers. Done. It's over at last. But where is Isaiah disappeared to? Ah, congratulations, Dina. I knew it all along. No, you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. I believed in you. Believed in me, right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. Thought about it. Told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before, see? Kept a promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. Figured something out today. In my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in the trial 2 months ago. It was to trust someone, paid for it. The betrayal left a big scar. You know, though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. Your gut tells you it's the right thing to do. Your trust is rewarded. There is no better feeling in the world. I have to do to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. Trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in! I suppose. I would feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. This is the way I see it, okay? A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And it comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed in I could be? Pardon the interruption. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? That voice? Too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for eternity. Yes, it was me all along, I would have said when you finally me. But your people with your incessant babbling. Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, it was me all along, you see? I'd assume you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. Happen to be aware of one or two, foibles of the doctors who were attending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them, once a man. He happily issued me with a leave of absence. All very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I think. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? How you been having a snooze in your nice soft bed? Some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold, not perhaps as cold as ice, but we have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Holmes? In some way, I suppose congratulations are in order for you, Miss too. Some congratulations are in order for you too, Mr. Strong. What's that supposed to mean? I'm so half-hearted. Well, naturally, it is my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well then, Mr. Sholmes, not alarming the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who found not guilty in the trial he was working on winds up dead anyway. Got it? The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilden, in fact. But of course, I pay no attention to it. Such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, it doesn't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean, like God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have the wrong end of the stick. There are some coves like that, bug trotter, put her on to the court. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Blind justice is one thing though, the Reaper taking matters in his own hand and claiming lives is another. I ain't like Mr. McGillen of this world. So I ain't scared. I got principles, see? The trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Boy, just give me a rest, okay? Alright. Just give it a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal. Very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear. I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room just as a bailiff. Please don't even notice my presence at all. I had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. Beg your pardon? Sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's gonna land you in trouble one day. I'll be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. Heard the judge patter. Just have to make amends for it, apparently. All them offenses. What was again? Breaking and entering, taking the bog trotter stuff with the what was in lug, blah blah blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving ain't an offense, it's a job, isn't it? I don't think so. Still, it's got me thinking, all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you? What? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I can make a change. I'm gonna do something for all of them. A lot like me, from the slums. Something that makes it different for them. That's a wonderful idea, Jeannie. I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade. Prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina, and good luck. Otto? Yes? What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrange? Huh? On occasions such as this? I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh yes. It's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well, thanks, Otto. Thank you for everything. Everything what you done. For believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. Wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, quite the abdominal pick purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I brought a paper outside. Special edition. This trial is all over the front page. Pocket's innocence proven. Isn't that wonderful? Should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. Ah, but anyways, would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Well, what do you say, Bruno? Early? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. People answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. There's a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that's good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? A huge storm has left the seas very choppy. You know, in particular is awful, so sailings out to Dover has been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we might still be able to make it in time to wave Susie off. But there won't be a train, surely? We can't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Schultz. I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I don't. The great detective does it again. He does. Would be aware of a number of the rail transport directors. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man. He happily laid on the locomotive. Entry. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria. April 5:32 a.m. Port of Dover. Side. That took somewhat longer than I anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave right now. Miss Susato, where are you? Over there, look. Looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
Miss Susato, wait! What are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo? What are you doing here? Came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, I thought the sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then, tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well? She was acquitted? That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you're about to throw into the sea. Well, it was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh, dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law anyway now. Oh, I was saying my final farewell. You're saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the people, Miss Susato? I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly forgivable. It reminds me. When did you even come to have this, Susie? The evening of the incident? Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, do you remember? Yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Well, that was so much fun. I stole Reno's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. Anne's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. Didn't even notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it'd be fun to see if I could take the cat flapper mat. So I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Moneybank's shop a bit later that night. I see. And then... Mr. Sholmes. Sholmes. Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Great. After Mr. Naruhodo left the shop, I started to think that doors started to play on my mind. Storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could be only behind that door. At that moment in time, the little device I had up my sleeve sprang to my mind. I got a sneeze. Never mind, it went away. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So you used the cat flapper mat to make the people in the door? As captured and photographed prints in the shop. One of Hurley's red-handed recorders. It was the first important step. Precisely when the people was made, information would prove to be Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally without proof would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that the trial 2 months earlier, trial of Magnus Gilded, about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimonies to secure his freedom. Made the British justice system feel like dark and sinister to me. Feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing? As from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windybank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime? That's right, but then I realized it'd be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. Someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have been a way to see beyond the door. For which people would be the very thing. One of the people I had married wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. The criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? Trap? How she did it? So, is that why you kept the secret, Susie? Never mentioned that you made the people to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong, criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Scholl. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the people could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You would have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. So Mrs. Zato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, Miss Lestrade? Miss Susato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that, is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Raiden is the one who lied to the witness stand, using that people as a way to implicate Gina. Besides, the people in consistency hadn't existed, I'm not sure she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you saved me too from my regrets. Well, we must be all thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial still continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation of the music box disc contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out, full of admiration. Well, actually, the argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, do you see? The graph operator? She said the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. One would expect, after all, we were talking about secret government communications. No doubt they are written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher? See? So then we could never hope to understand the message anyways. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pi problem, I assure you. Okay. Ooh, what? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said Osoki. Does that word mean something to you? Means something? Osoki, that's the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box. You transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English, at least. Oh. Suddenly occurred to me, you see, there is more than one Morse code, not just English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying... That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the I or A Instagram, right? You mean to say that the Japanese Morse code message is Asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, I don't remember at all the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Susato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Might I recommend, my dear man, that you focus on your efforts on the English version? Be as it may. Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. But what could this possibly mean? Whatever it is in a long dash sequence of supposedly meaningless dashes and dots and dashes. It's made the color drain from Sato's sound space. There is no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of poor people's names. 4 names? First is K. Suki. Kazuma Suki. Why, what was his name on that disc? The second is A. Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. The third is T. Grusin? Gary Gusen? Gary Gregson? Ah, it would seem that Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list. And what is his name doing in the secret government communication as well? And the last name? What's the matter, Mr. Sato? It's just so strange, so unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. What? Wilson? Donish Wilson? Me and Donnie? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be so sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if translated from Japanese, that is all 4. That's the end of the message, or rather, the end of when you note it down, Iris. Just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbing familiar names. It appeared that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So Daddy could be in Japan again? Where Susie and Runo come from? Oh, well... No, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson. There must be a lot of Janes among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yimei University. But we can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. This is so strange, somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Winniebank's murder today. I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. At the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder. Perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh dear, the ship is gonna set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. And I'll change into a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you a safe passage, Mr. Soto. Thank you so much. Wish all you the very best. Miss Suzata, I hope to have you always at my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise, haven't I? I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. Promise? Well, your manuscript. Oh yes, the founded the Baxtervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. Promise is a promise. Absolutely. Naruhodo? Yes? You remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Bureau, when I was dragging out that wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Suzato takedown. You know very well I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together, as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Suzato. My instincts were right. I really want to believe. Yep. I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over special express train. Apparently. Huh? Caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. Really? We would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was your fault. Excuse me? Huh? Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Mrs. Zato, you'd love defending yourself in court. Huh? 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 It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly. Any word you like. Spell it out, my dear fellow. Oh yes, I'd love Runo's words. I know just the one he'll use here. And I really must say...
Objection!
Alright. Only weeks 100 meets 1. Arrived at Baker Street. Cleaned the foot, I loaded the transfer there. So, there's some for sale with used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I earned, consulting detective work, say please, but yes. Haven't slept a wink. My script's due tomorrow now. It's busy. Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement. Some dry toast and insipid coffee. Do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts. Witness, testimony is riddled with contradictions. Exactly. Really do your Koban. Right. Oh, this is just recounting the events. Oh, done nothing wrong. They just give by. Osprey, my refuge. Man brings kittens on board and saying he's a hardened criminal. That's not fair. He took his took kittens with him. He didn't take his own cat, but he took his kittens. And to begin investigation would be gold standard for policing in the new age. The world governed by discipline. The great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts wish together. You excuse me, I have about 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. Latest Rance magazine's out, and it again. Whenever I say one in line, she wrote, "Get a standing ovation." What I suppose. For sure. Her ladyship puts me to shame. Been visiting the old girl on daily basis, of course. Jenny, my jailbird. My old jailbird. Let's say, battling with those Bailey stairs every day, so no wonder it's in the keep ahead. Managing rather well. With house clerk too. Got this maid business wrapped up, I see. Hope fascinating neighbors didn't this is no maid. My Rolly is back on the beat again. All thanks to the Reaper. Something I enjoy more than these days than hunting out small change in the gutter. I am a better hobby now, looking out for Londoners and their dropped happenings for my lovely life. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. Iris comes every day. So I ain't too bored. She's always going on about them cases what Sholmes is looking into. Criminals investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them. Yes, I renounce my upbringing and choose a life of sophisticated crime, but regrets, please. Give over, bruh. Ain't the Ash we used to know. That time of year to plan comeback of Milterin and Skokin milk, whatever. Marie must go, what's it? Milk in the neighborhood for it's all it's worth. The past 6 months have been a time I shall remember forevermore. Goodbyes and wonderful encounters. Come to realize that's what's life all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories. And a heartful wish that life will treat you well. That life will treat you well. Oops. Did I skip this by any chance? I assume it's just credits. Doesn't seem like it. I can only pause it. I enjoyed this game. I forgot how much I love Ace Attorney games. We still don't get the motive of her killing, what's his face? But maybe that'll be explained next game? Maybe? Or maybe we'll just never know. Obviously it has something to do with the list. Hit list or something. Anyways. I'll play the second game. I'll start the second game. Sunday? Yeah, probably Sunday. I'll start it Sunday and hopefully do one case per stream. I'll at least try. I mean, this case in itself was really fucking long. It's like in total is around, say like 6.5 hours today, and yesterday was about like maybe around 6 hours. That in itself is already 12 hours. 12.5 hours. And then I played like an hour of it before on that day that I got a migraine to stop. And so in total this last one was around 13 hours. That's really long case. Although some of it was, you know, before the case, but still. That was in itself was maybe about 2 hours of just like in between stuff, and then into the case. That's C baby from earlier. Person who followed me and immediately followed. I don't know what that's about. I clicked on their stream and it seems like some dude looking for an e-girl or something like that. I don't know what that's about, but whatever. You find some weird ass people on the internet. Oh, the exposure on my thing is very... Oops, not that. What's the one that... It's maybe I have to like restart it. Oh wait, no. Okay. So Sunday, I will start the next game. I'm pretty sure there's also 5 cases in that game, but I'm not sure how long they are, and probably as long as these ones, maybe even longer. You never know. Anyways, I'll see y'all later. Thank you all for coming out. Had a fun time. I enjoy these games a lot. And let's see. Let's see who's streaming so I can raid them. Let's pick a safe option. I don't really know many people. It feels kind of weird to raid people you don't know. But, let's raid my friend, Fabio. Let's start the raid. Anyways, thank y'all for coming out, raiding her, and y'all later. Thank you. Raiding now.